and good evening. Welcome to Underground World News Live as we're getting things rolling. See here. Mic check. Get a mic check in the house. All right, 5x5s. I see one there. It's that time. Yes, making sure everything's connected here first before I take off. Thank you, Steve. Yellow Dog. All right, there we go. Gold. Jeff, Gabe, Dwayne. Thank you for the feedback, everybody. Yeah, just chiming in here. To holler at you guys, go over a few things that's going on with these results. I'm gonna come over here and shill some of the channel. You're gonna get smoked. And I hope all is good with everybody tonight. Yeah, I had some people request that I go live for some coverage just to see what's going on. Give everybody a place to gather. So yeah, I figured we'll go over a few things here. Crown Jewels in the house. Yes, I want to thank everyone for joining us here, and anyone that shares the stream, at me in the chat if you got something to say to me. Do my best to get back at you. I'm just going to be talking about this coverage, and then I'll play a little bit off of this website, the one on the left. It's got a little video thing running on it, but it's a pretty good setup here where it shows the states in live real time. Here on the right side, it updates like every 8 seconds. And on the left, you can see all the numbers. You can see Trump up right now, 201 to 81. Trump is currently holding 52.3% compared to Kamala's 46.3%. And we have a couple new places. The polls are supposed to have closed in Nevada, which is going to be key. I'm going to tell you now right out the gate, Nevada is key. But just look at the red wave here. All across the board. A big one that Trump took right out the gate was Florida. One that they're saying is too close to call, which I don't see how it's too close to call. They've called others that were closer. But Georgia, Trump is in the lead there. It's a key state for him if he wants to take this. Also, a battleground state is North Carolina. These are critical states Trump's going to have to win. He's projected here to win everything in red. So far, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, like all of this, even Ohio. All this should turn red. Every bit of it. Kansas, projected to go toward Trump so far. Nebraska, slightly leaning toward Kamala, but not even half the votes in. Colorado, leaning toward Kamala. New Mexico, leaning toward Trump. Arizona. They're like tied neck and neck, but they got Trump on top there. We're going to have to wait and see what Nevada looks like, I'm telling you, because the whole West Coast is going to go for Kamala. Washington, Oregon, California, they're all going to fall for her, plus Hawaii. You could pretty much say. So what happens here in Arizona, Nevada, is big time. Now, we go up here to what they call the blue wall. Okay? And in this blue wall, Minnesota here, Trump projected to win it, which is Tim Walz's home state. It's a big slap in the face to them there. Mr. Gray says Idaho will be red. Okay, well, there you go. There's a call there on that. Iowa, Donald Trump in the lead. Wisconsin, they have got Kamala slightly in the lead there, with about a third of the votes in. This is the blue wall. Trump's got to take at least one of these in what they call the blue wall. Kamala seems to have the edge so far in Michigan, with only 16% of the votes in there. And when it comes to Ohio, Trump looks to take it. In Pennsylvania, Trump has just jumped out in front. This is huge. This is a big one because they had Kamala up like a ridiculous percentage right out the gate. Like 70-some percent. Just smoking Trump in that aspect. But now the tables have turned. With roughly not even 50% of the vote in. I'm going to tell you guys right now, this can take days. Okay? They're expecting this to probably take days. But what I've learned is they throw a lot of head fakes. They say that and we could have an answer before morning. It just depends on what Trump takes down here. In terms of this path to 270. All right, so Philadelphia, the city commissioner says that several polling places have been targeted by bomb threats. And we saw this several times throughout the day. Officials from the alphabet gangs tried to come out and immediately state that it was from Russia. And they started this Russia phobia online, on social media, and started to get it to spread. And, well, I don't know. Time is up, it seems, for all the gimmicks in terms of trying to manipulate the people. The only thing they have left to do is maybe manipulate some numbers in some of these places. We'll see how this whole thing hashes out. I think they said the last election, even though we know that one was totally bamboozled, there was like 80,000 votes. That was the difference. That is not a lot of votes. And even though Trump is up 201 to 81, when you look at the votes, though, she jumped up 10 more. Okay, so let me get an update here. The newest updates. Oh, they have Colorado finally filling in, as you can see on the map. We also have the Senate race that's underway and the House race that's underway. You'll see them at the top. You'll see the middle up here. This is going to keep changing from the House over to the Senate. Keep an eye on that. It's something you definitely don't want the Democrats taking over that House, because that's when they got a wild card where they can push through that bill to try to stop Trump. So far, the Republicans 135 up there. You could see a red wave all the way across the board if Trump wins and then Republicans get in there in the Senate and the House, full control of everything. The way things have been going, it wouldn't be too shocking because so many people are ticked off. It's just, the question is now, how rigged is this whole thing? Again, all of this is projected. Okay, Trump is at 52.5%. That's 40 million votes thus far. 52.5, 40 million. Kamala has 35 million at 46%. So 46% to the 52%, that's where we sit. Republican John McGuire wins ex-Freedom Caucus Chair Bob Goode's Virginia seat. Kamala projected to have won Colorado, like I said, and she's going to take Washington, Oregon, California. So here up till the 11 o'clock, top of the next hour, it should really start to take shape. It's going to be interesting to see when they finally call Ohio here, when they finally call Pennsylvania, which Trump it was neck and neck. Now he's surging ahead. He's up about 2 points, 2 percentage points. Let's see if he can do the same in Michigan, where Donald Trump has seen a huge turnout. You had Muslim leaders coming out and supporting him up here. Wisconsin, again, a close one. Trump at 50%. They just updated there, about 40% of the vote in. Surprising, Nebraska here, where Kamala holding a bit of a lead. And you can also see when I'm hovering over top of this, you can see where it says New Mexico. Right underneath of it, it tells you the number of electoral votes. So as the next wave comes through, it's going to put Trump up there pretty close, and we'll be able to sit back and calculate exactly what he needs, just a handful of states, and what it's going to come down to at that point to lock him in, because you can just go ahead and give her, there's 20 right there, and then 54 from California. That's a huge one, man. So 74, you could just go ahead and give to her at that point. You know, put her up there like 160. She would need to definitely take PA, if you ask me. Trump's ahead in Virginia. He's ahead in North Carolina, which is absolutely huge in terms of that. In Georgia, I mean, so that's huge. If Trump can lock down, let's take a look here real quick. Okay, it's a big one, right there with PA for sure. If oh yeah, okay. There we go. 6, 7, 8. So definitely, if Trump can pull this off and this remains, if Trump can take Georgia, if he can take North Carolina, Virginia, which he's projected to be winning all right now, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, he wins. Did it put him at like 281 or something? Did it put him over? You know, with Ohio, I mean, the biggest ones here, obviously, the biggest numbers. Ohio has 17. Pennsylvania has 19. We see here. Michigan's got 15 behind that. North Carolina, 16. That way as the OBS cuts out here and back in. Yeah, so I'm just Just trying to give us a little bit of coverage here up into what I consider to be the prime hour here, which is 11 p.m. Eastern Time. I feel right about there we should have a really good wave of calls coming in. See where we're at. What voice? My voice? This is Dabu7. You know what channel you landed on here tonight? Much love. Hope everyone's doing good out there. Okay, Bitcoin running up and hitting 75,000. Really? So I'm sure gold has surged too. Go over here and just take a quick look. Gold sitting there at 27.39. I'm expecting the markets to really react, once this is all said and done. Futures are looking kind of bullish because it's looking like it's going to go toward Donald Trump. If this thing takes a turn and it looks like Kamala's going to win it all, I'm telling you, markets are going to dump. People are going to dump, and they're going to dump throughout the year. They'll dump before the end of the year is up if she's going to be the next president, because they're not going to want to get taxed on all their stuff. The crazy capital gains taxes that she's talking about. And they had to come out. They had to counter Trump somehow. And so Kamala and them came out and they said, okay, we're going to do away with taxing tips. Somebody was out there in the chat saying something like that they're trying to get the strippers vote or something. But it's a lot more than strippers. It's a whole lot of people that depend on tips out there. But Trump took it even further when he says we're going to take away the tax on overtime. We're going to take away the tax on Medicare. All those things. That's huge to everyday people across the board. I don't see how you beat that. I mean, you're voting for get taxed, majorly taxed, even on things that you haven't even realized a gain on. Or, like, no taxes on overtime and all this. I mean, that's like a no-brainer, man. Yeah, thank you, Jason. I should have just went ahead and told everybody, put me as a write-in. Put Dabu7 as a write-in for president if you weren't going to vote for the left-right paradigm. May have to just try that next time, huh? So, you can see now Trump up 207. Let's just go over the big states here. Ohio has officially been given to Trump. You can see it's turned red, with 77% of the votes counted. Yes, resist blockchain voter ID, and thank you for that super chat. And thank you to anyone out there that supports the channel. It's appreciated to the fullest. And anyone that shares the stream. We just might get some kind of result here this evening. Just it depends on what happens here with some of these key states on the East Coast. That was a zoom in right there. Donald Trump wins Iowa. Okay, so Iowa, as you can see here, carries 6 of the electoral votes. I think that's why he's at 207. They haven't even counted in yet here on the screen Ohio's, if that's the case, right? We get a refresh just on this. And let's go up. Well, this has only got Trump at 195 over here. Let's just see here. Yeah, they gave him here. Let's see. A sea of red. OBS kicks out and back in. Montana going to Donald Trump. It only carries 4 electoral votes, but nonetheless, he's taken over all those territories. He is still projected to take PA here. This is huge. We all knew that Pennsylvania was going to be key. They actually got Harris jumping up and snatching up Virginia now in the lead there. That's interesting. Trump taking North Carolina so far, and Georgia. Let's go over here and see if they got the same thing. They do. So, with 70% in, one to watch here is Virginia. It's very close. As this site has 207 to 91. See what they got different here. Who are they missing? Oh, they haven't added Kansas for Trump yet on this one with 6 votes. Well, that would put it at 201. And also Iowa with 6 votes. Okay. Both projected to go to Trump. Okay. All right, so it seems that this one here on the left is staying more accurate, more up to date, more up to speed. I think he's taking both, brother. I think he's taking PA. I think he's taking Carolina, and it's as long as these other ones that he's supposed to take come in, that it's going to be huge for him. So as you can see on the screen, Trump up by like 4 points in Georgia. You see he's up in North Carolina. I just don't... He's up a good amount there. It's really close there in Virginia. He was just leading there. Trump still holding on to that lead in PA. He jumps out ahead in Wisconsin. And he's projected here to take Minnesota. So we got the polls closing at 11 p.m. out here. All New Mexico was Trump was taking that. Looks like Harris jumped up in the lead there. Arizona, she's slightly in the lead. See here. Check in here and look and see what's up with the Senate. The Senate now, the Republicans, at 48, they're 2 away from grabbing control of it. Republicans, 142 to 93, the Democrats, they need to get to 218 for the House. So this is Very close. What we're seeing here. So one of the first things here that we could see that gets locked in could be the Senate. And it could very well get locked in for the Republicans. They're just two away. Listen in here to this guy real quick.
Of positivity here that they're looking at. Sauk County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data at a Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you were wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near Madison, drive over to Sauk.
We're getting to the witching hour. We got the fact alert. Wow, fun fact alert from Tom.
Clown World. All right. Don't necessarily care for all these pundits that are over here on MSNBC. I didn't even realize what I had pulled up here, or NBC. But they do have to have a good layout here for the web page, and they're reporting quicker than anyone and more accurately. We're still, the BBC is, and the AP and others, they haven't called it here for Iowa and Kansas for whatever reasons. Trump is, he's got almost a 10 point percentage lead in Kansas. He's got a 10 point percentage lead in Iowa. He's jumped ahead in Nebraska. I was going to say, how can Trump not win Beard Vet State? So I see all these going. Let's go back over here. Republican Mike Kehoe wins Missouri governor's race. So a lot of Republicans, this could be, like I said, the red wave here. Here at 10:30, here any second, I'm not sure, we could have some places with final polls in numbers called here. So if not, well, we're 30 minutes out from Idaho, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, California, Arizona, all these places in their polls closing. And we're getting closer. Zero Hedge calls Georgia for Trump. Good looking out. Yeah, I would too. With 85.9% of the vote coming in, it's huge for Trump. I'm telling you, with this the right layout here, we could see Donald Trump take this here tonight, and we ain't got to sit here and wait days and weeks and through all the suspense and all that, right? We could just go ahead and get it on. If the left wants to start to riot and do all their stuff, then they can just go ahead and get it on, do whatever they're going to do. Let's just get to it, and let's handle it. And I'm sure that they've got some tricks up their sleeves here. Trump gets in there, he's got these charges they're waiting to hit him with. He could still be going to jail, all this other stuff. It would just be getting interesting. I don't know, it's a bit of a soap opera either way you go here. In terms of the market, though, it's bullish for Trump right now. If Trump gets in there, there's no other way about it. You see the people packing stadiums for a reason for this man. And for what he's saying, doing away with taxes and all these other things, on the other side of the coin, though, you've got Kamala, who has like no one come to any of the rallies. She's wanting to tax you, like all the opposite. That's going to tank the market if they announce her winning, if they do something stupid. And I don't know, we've seen before, they announced Hillary was going to be president. Exit polls. We woke up and Trump won, was the winner. You know, they could pull some shisty stuff, is what I'm saying here, until it's like in concrete. I don't want to see no tie. I don't want to see nothing land at 269 or 270. Or no tie. Crap, period. No contingent election, like none of that. And remember, even if Trump wins this, Kamala is the vice president. She has to certify the election results. She would have to certify that she's a loser. She would have to do that. And that Trump is the winner and give it to him. Now, do you see her doing that? Trump. You can see there. Go down here and take a look. Okay, they've got it all filled in there. Nebraska. Officially. Going with Trump. Just like Kansas, Iowa, all of them. So this is the quickest and most up-to-date map right here. I'm going to refresh over here. What the heck, BBC's over here smoking on. Somebody fell asleep at the wheel. That's why I got two different places pulled up. Just to try to stay on top of it. And I'm checking others on another screen. Checking updates. All right, and keep an eye here on Senate. Senate's still sitting at 48. Republicans moving ahead at 146 for the House. So they have to keep an eye on that. Closer they get to 200. And as they're labeling these here, Georgia is too close to call, but Trump's in the lead. North Carolina, they don't have anything on it. 83% is in. Trump's got about the same amount of a lead there. He should take it. Pennsylvania, saying too close to call. We got here 57% of the vote in. Arizona, they've got Trump with 51% of they're tied actually, 49.6, but they got Trump on top. He's actually up by like 1,000 votes. Ooh boy. Michigan, Trump just clipped her. He's in the lead. Wisconsin, they got leaning toward Harris. Trump's in the lead in Michigan. 24 minutes. Polls closing in all these other states on the West Coast. Yeah. It's crunch time. This is it. Let's go up here and check in. Well, no. I'll wait till the next time. Oh, you got a battleground alert. They're saying Pennsylvania too close to call, but Trump in the lead there. 51% to 48%, 58% of votes counted. Donald Trump wins 3 of 5 electoral college votes in Nebraska. And I guess it breaks down different there, but that's a majority, so very interesting. 3 of the 5. Interesting how Nebraska breaks it down there, huh? So he won the delegates that are awarded statewide and in one congressional district. So, I mean, he got 3 of the 5, so might not get them all, but Joseph, hey, thank you for the super chat and the message. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support here on the channel. Hope all is well. Much love to everybody out there. Alex, 270 to win. Thank you for the comment and the info. 270 to win. Interactive map. Here we go. What we got? So I'm looking at it. The link you just sent. Trying to see, is this keeping track of? Oh, it's 2024 consensus. It's not live though, huh? I mean, how can it be? It's got Democrats 226 on here. I guess this is just different ways. I don't know. Live election results for president. Okay, here we go. I've got it. Okay, here we go. Pull this up on this side as another option. Okay. Forecast. Forecast. This gives Trump 262. He would still be shy. I don't get it. In their forecast. This is over at that 270towin.com is what I'm looking at. With somebody said in the chat. And they got a forecast here. You need 270 to win, obviously. And they got Trump at 262 and Harris at 226. Okay, so I guess pretty much what they're saying is the biggest toss-up states are Nevada, like I was just telling you, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA. So Trump would have to lock in well, any one of them would do it. Everything that you see in red on this map, as long as all that locks in for sure for him, he would take North Carolina and Georgia. He would just need. Well, Nevada wouldn't do it by itself. He would have to have either Arizona or one from the blue wall, just like I told you earlier, what they call the blue wall up here. Let's look at something real quick. They got Minnesota in blue there going to. And guess who's taking it? Trump's smashing it. Trump is smashing Minnesota. So this is a game changer right there, off of what their forecast was for, because their forecast, they had the Dems taking this. Trump's smashing it. I don't know why they haven't called it. Oh, it's because it's only 6%. And we'll keep an eye on it. Trump with a slight lead in Wisconsin. Harris winning in Michigan. Trump winning in PA, and that's critical. He's still behind in Virginia. He is ahead in North Carolina, and he is ahead in Georgia. Harris is ahead in New Mexico. Trump is ahead in Arizona. And we're waiting here for these polls to close and more results come in here. We got 15 minutes. And it's interesting, the forecast over here. I would go back to the live results that it's got. Hold on. I clicked live. It's got Harris at 108 over here and Trump at 242. What have they done over here? Oh, they've given Trump Georgia. They've given Trump North Carolina on their live results here. And they've given Harris Virginia. Interesting. Yeah, so Ted Cruz wins in Texas, holds his seat. What's up, Susie Q? Much love, you and Joe. Hope all is well with everyone. Oh, let's see if we can laugh at Jake. I can't stand that guy. XRP going up. Your rails and bacon cord. Everything's bullish if it's looking like Trump's going to get in there. It means people think they've got a chance to make money. They got four-year window to invest and to do all these different things. Yeah, it's, the next round here should be rather interesting. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, for them to mark this off on their map, they got to see the percentage here. Yeah, I'm going to say Trump definitely took Georgia. He's going to take North Carolina. And they're giving Virginia to Harris. So what they've got marked over here is looking pretty accurate. Man, PA, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Go up here and see what they got any update going. So it looks like Elon Musk is spending the evening with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. I thought it was kind of funny earlier. Biden rejected Kamala's invite to a watch party or a celebration party or whatever. So where is the sitting president tonight? As all this is going down, where is... I mean, this is like... They're acting almost like she's already in command or something in a way, but... I mean, you never heard anything of her. The whole time, she didn't do nothing. The whole time, she was in there. This whole time. Until they're like, oh, she's our next one. Remember, the only reason, one of the main reasons I feel, they went with Kamala is they like to reuse people that they have in there, right? And one of the main things is when Biden and Harris ran, there was a $90 million sitting in a pot that the Democrats could only touch if Harris was on the ticket. And it was either lose the $90 million because you can't touch it to use it on anyone else, or go to Kamala. Well, it's a strong look like it was going to go to her. And I've done some research. I was digging deep on her bloodline, her parents, how deep it went. She even goes, her bloodline tracks back to Irish slave masters, through Jamaica, through her father. I was looking to see if she was connected to the presidential bloodline, and I could find no proof of it, which means she will not be president. If she's not connected by that bloodline, she will not be president. Because every single person that has been our president has been connected to that bloodline. Biden's connected to it. She's not, though, from what I could research and find. Trump is, through his mother, her bloodline. So it'd be no surprise if it was Trump. These obvious things to me, I've been looking at them like leaning like, all right. It's been pointing toward Trump the whole time. And knowing that the economy is going to be coming down at some point here, I feel like they'll want to do it to him. He knows this. Yeah, shout outs to all the purebloods out there tonight. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, just put the stream on for you guys. So those of you that were hollering at me, wanting a place to gather, talk about it, I figured I'd jump on here for a little while to see where we sit. Animal, thank you for the super chat. Hey, I appreciate that to the fullest. Thank you for the kind words. in the super chat. Much love. Guess they're saying Michigan too close to call. It's an update there.
Side, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you, if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source.
It's quiet there. Harris ally said that to him. Yeah, I bet. It's quiet at all your rallies. They have the same 100 people that keep bussing around from city to city, keep showing up. It's pathetic. Somebody proved it. They were tracking them. And you can just look at their events. They're so small. I mean, even Obama was trying to do the fundraiser and hype the whole thing up for Kamala, and they were doing it in a school gymnasium, and the crowd was so small, they didn't even have the bleachers let down. That's when you know it's small. I mean, Trump's packing stadiums, man. I mean, just look at all the places he's packed up. Yeah. Well, in terms of the American people, that's what this is about right now. It's what your fellow Americans want. It's we can sit here and say it's left-right paradigm, this and that, blah blah blah, and speak truths to power on it all night long. But the fact is, somebody's about to be the next president, and it's going to be one of these two people. And one path is rather way darker than the other. It's pretty obvious here. And from what I can see, it looks like the Kamala path is like dump city when it comes to the markets, and I'm talking like quick. If it isn't dumping like tomorrow morning, or whenever the morning after it's officially called, then they're holding it, they're suspending it in the air, because everybody's going to be getting out, and they're going to wait till everyone is like looking the other way, and then they're going to dump. That's my call. Some of the biggest billionaires out there just emptied. Buffett. And not only was Buffett knew this the whole time. Not only was he exiting the whole thing with Bank of America and all that, but also he just dumped 100 million shares of Apple. That's insane. The man's sitting on like a record amount of cash, $325 billion. Bezos just sold billions worth of Amazon stock, put him back in position to be the second richest man in America, behind Elon. These guys are jumping into cash, and they're not buying back in. Today, Buffett also made a comment and said that you can just look at the market and tell that it's kind of turbulent, and that's not good. Any little words like that, this dude's out, and he's sitting on the sidelines in all cash. He's waiting for it to come down before he touches anything. And when he's buying, they won't tell you immediately. You won't know. Just know that when this thing comes down and hits a dip, comes crashing down hard, they're buying. So the richest men on the planet have just exited their own stocks en masse into the billions, and they're sitting there in cash. What does that tell you? It tells me this market's about to dump. And it doesn't matter who takes the throne here, so to speak. Trump, Kamala, this doesn't matter. It's coming down either way. I just think that with her, it's going to be accelerated. It's going to be like almost an instant thing. Versus Trump, I think there will be an initial boost. I think that his biggest issue is going to be with the tariff thing. It's like he's putting all of his eggs in the tariff basket. And to me, I'm not so sure it's going to work out the way that he thinks because it's not the days of old. It's not the 1800s or early 1900s where America got away with doing that. They were able to strong arm it. Because our dollar was worth so much more. It's worthless today. And no one wants it. You got bricks out there. It didn't exist back then. This isn't good. Trump's going to try to come in here and try to strong arm and do all these things that he did last time because he's known for muscling. You're fired. He's known for strong arming. He literally that's how he operates. It's not going to work with none of these countries. They're going to say F you. That's how I feel, and they're going to tell them to kick rocks. And that's not going to bode well for us. We're going to be screwed at that point. Especially this thing with China. China, as he always says. Because it goes hot with China in any instance. It's done. South China Sea stuff. Here, let me chime in and see what this guy's saying here with the update.
Where it's at. 77% of the votes in. There's about a 2% spread. I'm being told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of their sweet spot where they're going to drive up the votes. Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there, too, that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans have been making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute? 2 minutes. Now we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do because northern suburb resident Chuck Todd says you can't count.
We're waiting on that vote.
You're waiting on that vote, but I want to go to Mark Lauder on this. Also, I think a Washington D.C. former area resident, so you get to weigh in on this too, and you too, Senator. I mean, would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy, and I live in Northern Virginia as well. I've seen a lot more Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago, you would have never dared put one up there. So I think there was a little more of an emboldened activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about we see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
I think when it's all counted, when everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But
all right, what we've got here is 1 minute out from these last polls closing. So this is it. This is crunch time, if you will. We'll see where they add up from here when these final ones. And thank you for that link earlier to 270 to win, whoever sent that. It was a good extra link to have up here. They've got more projected than anyone at this point. I don't even think they haven't even updated over here. All right, they're finally at 207 on BBC site. Trump's at 214. Just jumped up. Well, that's on this one. I'm going with this one being the official at this moment. All right. They've got right out the gate. Look, as soon as it closed, they just gave it to Kamala Harris. Look at this. California instantly goes to Kamala Harris. Instantly. And this is what I was kind of wondering. Look, there's nothing even in, and she's declared the winner. 0% in. Not a single vote has been counted. 0%. And she's got a check mark. Official. She's got it. It's blue. You tell me that ain't crazy. It's like, can't you at least count the votes officially? Give us some numbers. Like, you not even got nothing. and you just gave it to her. Like Trump's not even on there. It just says incumbent and just gives it to her. Like, what kind of Gestapo crap is this? They are. Look, you even got Robert Kennedy up here with some percentage in some of these, but it's Trump and Kamala, like all over the place. Well, I guess not. Look, Utah, she's not even on there. They just give it to Trump. And it says incumbent. And again, 0% shown there. I just think that's kind of shady. Super close race in Arizona by like a few thousand votes with 51% of the votes in. Kamala in the lead, New Mexico. Trump still smashing in Minnesota. It's now at 11%. Kamala still holding the lead in Michigan. Oh, PA. PA coming up on 70% counted. Kamala looking to take Virginia. Trump taking NC in Georgia. Waiting for those to become official here on one of these. Arizona coming in rather quickly. So same with New Mexico, 70% in with New Mexico. They came in rather quickly. Harris looks to be taking that. Arizona, on the other hand, Trump in the lead slightly. Again, few thousand votes, 51% in. Nevada, nothing in yet. Oregon, they got 45% in already. Harris is taking it, 59%. Nothing in Washington or California. See, it's official that Donald Trump wins in Idaho. Go back over here to the projected map. Okay. Forecast. 242. Well, Trump flipping Minnesota right now is key because it's forecast to be blue. Trump takes down PA, man. That's major too. He's gonna. Those are musts. Let's see here. All right. Let's go up here. Chime in here.
Candidate another point or two. That's significant. As we know, in a razor-thin environment, even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter rolls, well, that's the difference between winning and losing. Half the blue wall. I heard your Dallas Cowboys thing. You know, I mean, there you go, right?
Want
I
me to
mean,
do it again?
Yeah, I mean,
It also works for Lambeau Field. That the last four, literally, the election.
a better stadium to pick. You don't want to have a losing team.
Yeah. Oh
right?
my God.
For the losing
Here
record.
we go. Here we go. No, just that our last election was decided by.
They're celebrating at Mar-a-Lago. Uncommon says, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna lay out some math for you guys, okay? Because it may go down right here. I'm just gonna put it to you like this. Look at this. Look at the map. Okay. Look at the map here. On the right, it's showing their live results. They have already given Kamala, Virginia, and they've given Trump, North Carolina, and Georgia, which he's projected to be winning. That's 246. Okay? Now, if Trump takes Pennsylvania in the 19 with it, that puts him at 265, which means all he would have to do is just take one more place. That's it. Just one. Minnesota, him flipping Minnesota, crushing it right now, would do it. Him winning Nevada would do it, or Arizona would do it. PA is huge. Trump's got to take it. If they call it here at any time, and again, this is the one he was in there and just fought a lawsuit over and everything. It's pretty big here. Trump in the lead, 71% in. He's in the lead by like four percentage points. It's huge for him. I could see why they're celebrating in Mar-a-Lago. They're having a victory party right now. I bet they are. They're popping bottles. This is what I was wanting to go live for and to try to catch because I had a funny feeling. Either he was going to win it strong or he wasn't. And I wasn't going to bed tonight without, there was no way without like knowing something. Projecting that, Kamala was going to win or what. Like, I was going to bed tonight like thinking, all right, Trump either won this thing or we're screwed. Like, flat out. That's how I see it with Kamala when it comes to this. If they tell you Kamala Harris won, our market will tank. It will go down and touch the pits of hell. It will. With everything she's threatened. Again, it may not be immediate. If she gets in there, they may suspend it, but it's looking more and more like you ain't got to worry about that. It's looking more and more like Trump's going to take this thing. Yeah, my number one pick was that this would happen. He would take it and get in. But it's not looking good for what else I said after this. If it comes true. There's some options here. She's got to certify the election first, even if he wins it. And if states refuse to certify, let's check out the House. Let's check out the House real quick because there's some caveats here. If the House is taken over by the Dems, it's going to be scary. They're closing in some ground, but it's looking like the Republicans are. They may get it, and the Senate. This could be a red wave. But if the Dems take the House of Representatives, they can push through a bill, power one through, assuming they have full control of it. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. They will call Trump an insurrectionist, and they will refuse to give him the electoral votes. Which California would have, or anyone else. Which just went straight to Kamala anyway, but go down here. All right, so it's going to be some time, I think, before we see everything that happens with the House. We're probably going to see the president first. Oregon just officially went to Kamala Harris with 8 electoral votes. Not a surprise. What is up here? Trump in Washington State up. It's only 4% in, but wow. That'd be surprising. That'd be a shocker. That's all he would need, too. I mean, look, he's smashing over here in Minnesota. Like, he just needs PA and it's done. And he's winning with 72% in. They're saying it's too close to call. As soon as they drop this too close to call crap and they call it, Wow. Well, looky there though. It is close to call. Even though he's up its percentage points, the difference is, in terms of the number of votes, is not a lot. It's like 200,000. Not even. Right there. That's the difference right there in PA. Susie Q, Joe, hope your people do their due diligence out there. And if he doesn't, Trump still got paths to get this. Try to get an update. They got it at 169. So what else did they give? Okay, so it looks like all these other areas. So it looks like Maine and Nebraska have these subsets. I don't think it's going to come down to those. It says that Democrat Martin Heinrich wins re-election to the Senate in New Mexico.
This peninsula that shoots out into Lake Michigan. The last 6 statewide elections, presidential elections, I should say, they've picked a winner. This is a good sign for Kamala Harris. She's on top there, overperforming Biden just slightly. 95% of the vote is in. Again, Dore, if we bring it out to past elections, it almost always picks the winner in the state of Wisconsin. So that's a good sign for her because it's a bellwether. I do want to check in some of these Democratic strongholds. Eau Claire, 92% in, kind of performing at the same level as Biden. That's good news for her. She wants to keep it there.
Thank you, IQ.
We don't have any data there. What else we have? I think here in La Crosse, this is another Democratic stronghold, 92% in. Biden was at 53. She's 55, I should say. She's slightly underperforming. So listen, still a lot of vote. Let me see how much vote is still out. Still about 40% of the vote. But here's what's tough for Democrats in Wisconsin. Of the battleground states, each of those blue wall states is different. But of all the battleground states, Wisconsin is the widest. So they can't drive up the margins with at least African-American voters and some Latino voters that are going to stay loyal to the Democrats in this election. What they can do, there's about 100,000 college students in the state of Wisconsin, and they usually fare better, much better with those university students. We're going to have to wait and see, as we say right there, too close to call.
All right, we got a big projection to give right here. This is the Ohio Senate race. It was a hotly contested race. Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, Republican, will pick up that seat, unseating the incumbent Sherrod Brown. This is quite a moment because, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appears that Republicans, with that victory, will take control of the United States Senate. Again, it's not an official projection at that moment, but if things happen as expected, it would look like a two-seat gain here in the Senate. And so this is a hugely consequential vote here. Sherrod Brown, in a red state, was fighting for his political life. He's pulled that rabbit out of the hat a few times, but not here tonight.
3 times, Savannah. And he has been someone who's been very adept at straddling that line, reaching out to working class voters throughout his state. His father was a doctor, grew up in Mansfield, really had that working class appeal. And yet, this Trump-backed candidate, Bernie Moreno, a car dealer, able to topple him tonight. Again, we've been looking.
That's right. Get crooked-ass Sherrod Brown out of there. I grew up across from Cincinnati, Ohio. I heard of his name all the time. He's a crook. He didn't do nothing for no one, never has. He's done nothing but toe the line. Democratic guys like him in places like Ohio, he's the reason you have sanctuary cities there. He's the reason that some of your main cities are labeled sanctuary cities, and why right outside of Cincinnati, Ohio, you have a crisis with migrants flooding into areas. Because goons like that toe the line. The Democrats have this plan, and you know it. They have to bring in all these migrants and to spread them all across the country and to send them to the strongholds, to their sanctuary cities. Okay, the Democratic-controlled areas. That's exactly what's been going on. That's huge for that area, if you ask me. Because when you've got enablers allowing this to go down, bringing these people in, illegal people in, I mean, it's criminal to me. They are illegals. So it's all criminal, and they're going along with the criminal plan. So that's how I see it. Again, thank you, IQ, for that super chat. Appreciate it to the fullest there. See what they got to say here.
I mean, if you win the White House, you want your party to have that. If you're going to not have a chamber, don't have the Senate. It's the House you really worry about, because the House has subpoena power.
Yeah.
And so if the House is of the same party, you can navigate Washington a lot easier. The Senate's not easy, but you can find bipartisan coalitions in the Senate.
And this is what the House looks like right now.
The House, at this point, whoever wins the presidency, you want your party to have, because if you don't, then it's subpoena, and then you can be tied up. Your entire agenda can get tied
But
up.
unlike the Senate,
Correct.
We're not talking about the House tonight, and almost.
No doubt, we might not be talking about the House until we go to Savannah's for Thanksgiving. And even then, it may be the Friday after.
At your own risk. I think y'all know how I cook. But I mean, the House was not expected to track the presidential, and
Correct.
So the
because
Senate,
of New York and California.
Yes, exactly. And we'll be waiting New York and California. Some of these tight races, it could be weeks. It was weeks in 2020. But I mean, the prospect is there. If are we going to have divided government?
Right.
As Americans have so often chosen divided government, they seem to like it.
Chosen or stumbled into it.
Yes.
Well, and remember, Democrats only need 4 seats to take back control of the House. And so they like their chances there. What's so interesting is that we're covering all of these various battleground states, Pennsylvania, and all of the blue wall states. The House is really going to be won and fought in New York, in California. So it's a very different terrain, and again, could be over a week, if not longer, before we know.
Let's turn to NBC's Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, what's the former president doing now? And I'm wondering if there's been any reaction to what appears could be a change of power in the Senate.
Not to that specifically, Lester, but let me set the scene for you here just to get the lay of the land down here in South Florida, because some of this will matter later on tonight, perhaps. We're in West Palm Beach right now at the Convention Center, which is the giant party headquarters media center for the Trump campaign tonight. Donald Trump is across the Intercoastal Waterway at this hour at Mar-a-Lago, his home and private club, where for a portion of the night he was doing, I think, what many people sort of imagine candidates do on election night, meeting with advisors, watching the returns come in, checking the numbers. At some point this evening, according to multiple sources who are there and have laid eyes on him, he has transitioned into essentially party mode already, down in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, shaking hands, thanking supporters, participating in the celebration that has begun among his closest supporters, his family and friends, despite a race that remains uncalled. I'm also told, NBC News can also report, that he's in discussions with his aides and advisors about when he might make the trip across the bridge here to West Palm Beach to give some form of speech tonight. Now, we have been asking him about this day after day. Would he declare victory early? Would he rule out the possibility of declaring victory early? We all remember him doing exactly that in 2020, when so much of the vote remained to be counted. He has refused to take an early declaration of victory off the table, and it's our understanding now that conversations are underway for him to make some kind of address here tonight, regardless of where we are on the path to 270 votes.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. And we're joined now by podcast host John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House vets. Okay, so confirmation.
Good looking out, Uncommon. That was a confirmation on it right there. They are celebrating in Mar-a-Lago. They're already popping bottles, shaking hands. They must have done what they felt was enough. Now I'm watching the projected screen over here, and that 246 hasn't moved, and obviously we're watching Pennsylvania. But Harris's is creeping up closer. We knew that this would happen once they got out to the West Coast, but I mean, let's look here. It's like, are you kidding me here? Scroll down. All right, an update real quick. We have the House at 164 Republicans, Dems 113. They got to get to 218. The Senate 49 for the Republicans, 39 for the Democrats. They got to get to 50. The Republicans just need one more, and they control the Senate. If they stay on this course, they'll get the House as well. 77% in. This is the big one. This is what we're watching. There's literally like less than a couple 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And if they're going to take days and weeks to just go through this, I don't see how. Like, it matter of hours, you've gone through 77% in. I'd say by morning you should have it tallied. And these things that happen overnight, though, is what happened last time. And we ain't dealing with no shenanigans here. I just wish that this would go ahead and declare. They would just go ahead and declare. I will say, though, even though it's 90% in, it is still close. It's like 100 and some thousand votes in Georgia that separates it. That's it. Same with North Carolina with almost 90% in. The same with Virginia. Just flopped. She's in the lead there. They are close. Man, not even. Like 30-some thousand votes in Michigan is the difference. Think about that. Think about your state when you're looking at this. If you're in Michigan and you're like, man, Trump's behind like 30-some thousand. I mean, it's that simple. It's that many people out of that state that could make a difference in swinging this. Even though we know this whole thing's the selection anyway. Yeah, it's got the same feels of watching a ball game. Matter of fact, earlier they were like, it's game time. It's on. It's ready. It's like, oh, yeah? Yeah, it's just as rigged as an NFL game, isn't it? Well, Minnesota now 17%. Trump's still smashing. I mean, but look, it's only 200,000. There's just less people up there, less votes that are in, I guess. Yeah. Oh, look there. Oh, as soon as I was about to say something, it said too early to call. Look, when we were looking at this, Trump was in the lead. Now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she jumps ahead. They give it to her. Not a shocker. So the whole, wow. Trump was in, look, even over here on their live results, they had it in a shade, the pink shade, leaning red. And she just blasted ahead and just gave it to her. In Washington. Again, not a surprise, but odd because 270 to win, hasn't done that, and they have updated everything ahead of everyone else, and that was just weird. With 55% of the vote in, they didn't give it to Harris. I don't know. That was just weird. If there's going to be something weird coming, it would be coming from there, though. I guess. Was she going to blast past him in one of these other ones? Trump creeping in Michigan. PA just sitting there. Well, this is the name of the game. I knew the suspense would start to build once you get to this point. They have Trump race out ahead and then stall him out, and then Kamala go start to catch him. I tell you what, if she blasts out ahead of him in PA last second and they just give it to her, it's not going to be good. Just listening.
Like she wasn't.
Hey, Mike, let me just ask you just to bear with me for a second, because we have another projection we're going to put up here on the screen. And this is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7 electoral votes. There is the breakdown right now, about a 10-point difference between the two of them. And here's where it takes us in the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 214. Harris now with 172 electoral votes. We'll get back to our conversation. Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now, with this campaign memo. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a campaign doing what it can to try to keep hope alive. Look, I don't see any good news for Democrats in these results. Donald Trump is running about a point or a point and a half ahead of where he was in 2020. And in these counties, in these blue wall counties that 75% of the vote is in. And Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. It's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. They go red, and then they tend to go, the race narrows as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch him. Yeah,
the Harris team is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now, they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total, so we should give that caveat. But, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think the last I looked was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah and Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas has more from the big board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to call for NBC News right now. 91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia, still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's She's almost exactly where Biden was, all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69, and they've almost got all the vote counted there. I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go around here, okay? These are counties where it's a majority African American. 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to go to Chuck because, Chuck, we were talking about...
Heck with Chuck. Well, interesting, because like I was showing you over here on this website that's already got this in there for Trump, for Carolina and Georgia. That's so over here they're refusing to do that yet. I wonder how long they're going to hold out and refuse to do things here. Terry says, wow, mainstream lies you're listening to. Shut the fuck up. No. I was just kidding. I was joking just as much as you were, huh? What do you want me to do? This is election night. I haven't seen the mainstream, and this is why I got rid of cable, because I can't stand it. I can't stomach it. But if you don't like it, you're free to leave. Right? But yeah, I don't have a studio, and I don't have all this stuff. I don't have all the numbers coming in from all over like they do. This is the best setup. I got 2 different places. I figured it'd be best to have a couple options. And I'm also looking at another place off screen. Mary, thank you. Just thanks for the coverage. Hey, it's appreciated. Right there, to the fullest. I think you're kryptonite. No, I'm nothing but love to everybody out there. But you're right. I mean, it is the mainstream. And it is primarily garbage. But that's where we're at tonight for this election. One time, you will catch me here having to put myself through this. Because I can't stand half of them, or most of them anyway, at the sound of their voices. And, I'm just trying to ignore it right now and get through it. Like I said, before I go to bed tonight, I'd rather know if it's going to be Trump or if it's going to be Kamala. Yeah, much love right back. Yeah, I mean, this could be days still. I mean, that was the option. Let's get the alert.
It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting night. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. Glad you're along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270,
Man,
which is
shove it, man. That's all this is. It's just garbage, man. They don't want to touch another battleground. So even if they are called, even if it does look like it's going to be going to Trump, like this, like even in Pennsylvania, they're saying, oh, it's too close to call. In Michigan, oh, since it's labeled a battleground, it's too close to call. That's pathetic. Like, they did not hesitate. You seen what happened with California earlier. And what just happened with Washington. Trump was in the lead in Washington. She blew by him and they just called it. I mean, this is where they were burning ballots inside, all kinds of crimes were happening up here in this area, Pacific Northwest. All right. They finally upped it here. Finally. Trump hits 230. Montana. He's got Idaho. They gave him North Carolina. So there it is. They just got them saying they haven't given any. Well, there it is. That's huge. 89% in. Getting closer to the 246 they had over here. They went ahead and they changed it. They changed it over. But I'm telling you, the whole Washington State thing, that's some effery right there. There's some shenanigans going on there. Hey, much love, Seaside. Look at you. Man, still keeping an eye on PA here. Trump wins the county where he was nearly assassinated. Trump is ahead in Michigan. Ooh, things are shifting. Trump is ahead in Wisconsin. Oh, Minnesota, where he was stomping her in the ground, has flipped completely. He was stomping her, and now all of a sudden she surged like up 55% to 42%, which ridiculous. But it happens. I guess you can't get too until the percentage. The overall percentage gets up there, you can't really get to thinking it's this or that. PA, all right, it's picking it up. It was at 77. It's now at 81. Trump's still holding it down. They finally admit Trump claims the first battleground state and wins North Carolina. That's per NBC. Kamala Harris wins Virginia. So let's go ahead and they filled them in. It's 185 to 230. I'm guessing, let's see, 185, 6, there's 4 off. Rhode Island is about to be called over here on this map for her. Wow, Crypto Pirate, thank you for the coffee. And the comment. It is the best way to support the show. Buy me a coffee. Appreciate it to the fullest. Yeah, very good points, though. Yeah, so Harris officially taking Virginia, Trump officially taking North Carolina. Iron Man Metal, thank you for the coffee. God bless right back to you and all your people down there in Charlotte. Hey, NC, joining the red wave right here. And it is what it is. At this point, it's, I mean, if you had some kind of feeling, you should have went and casted a vote. Or speaking your mind. Like, all that's in the bag. Now it's the tabulation. And it's like the drum roll moment, like, you know, and how bad are they cheating? You know, there's some cheating fools out there right now doing some things. I mean, we witnessed it all the way up through this. I mean, could you really expect anything less? Democrat Bob Ferguson wins Washington's governor race. Yeah, well, that's the update there. And thank you, Tacos, for everything that you do, for sharing the stream and being there all the time. It's appreciated, brother. Yeah, CNN is saying that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence. Good. Antifa gearing up. Oh boy. Jay, what I tell y'all? Man, Seattle PD has responded to Antifa rioters. The militants gathered in response to something. Okay, so they're in the streets. I see the video clip. The cops are trying to mount up. So this is what this whole thing was about. We were sitting here debating. Like, it's one of two things is what this is meant to be. This is meant to give you Kamala, and thank you, Becky, for all the coffees. In the comment, oh my. I'm telling you, if they give you Kamala, we all know it was just going to be messed up, but it was going to be them trying to entice the right, so to speak, Trumpers, into some kind of ploy again. Or were they going to come with something different this time? If Trump gets in there, were they going to try to unleash Antifa? Because I told you BLM was done, folded. We don't see them but folded up. It was going to be either pro-Palestinian. It's going to be somebody along the ranks of what the left leans on, and Antifa's right there, front line, top shelf for them. They're known cavalry. So they're in the streets. That doesn't surprise me. You know, something can happen tonight or a day or two. That's all it ever is. And they'll be over it. And just like we just had to live through Biden through 4 years, they can live through Trump for 4 years until we finally get one of us blue-collar Americans to become president. God bless you, brother, and thank you for the coffee, doppelganger. Much appreciated, Joe. But yeah, we need to get one of us in there that actually cares for the people. But it's like, at this rate, is it ever even possible? This whole thing's rigged and set up. And you already done know that all these precedents have been connected. So chances of letting just a normal person get in there are slim to none. Go up here and try to get an update.
Right, that there are people who could vote for Trump and also vote for protecting abortion rights. Arizona is another interesting state to watch on that front, as you know, Arizona native, because there are. I talked to Senator, or maybe we'll see, Congressman Gallego the other night, and there are people who could be Gallego, Trump, abortion rights voters, which bends the mind a little bit. But that's where maybe we don't entirely understand how the electorate comes down on these issues.
Well,
it
maybe
feels
people
conflicting, but maybe it's not for them.
Neatly categorized as political journalists would like to believe.
Yes, that's true.
Well, we're just moments away from midnight here on the East Coast. What are you guys doing tomorrow? I'll tell you what you're doing.
Right
The
here.
battleground states, they have not been called yet. Stay with us. We will be right back after a quick break.
So when it comes to them battlegrounds, as you can see, North Carolina just went to Trump. Over here, they've upped it. They've got all these over here, New Jersey even going to Kamala. So they've got her 204 to 247. Still waiting to see if they give Georgia to Trump. They should. 92% is in. It's what are they waiting for? They've called others for way less. Minnesota, they say, is too close to call. %52 in. Wisconsin, 71% in. Trump's leading. Trump is leading in Michigan at 41% in. Trump is leading in PA with 82% in. And he's leading in Georgia with 92% in. They should just give Georgia to him officially. Trump is leading in Arizona with 52%. And finally, the numbers coming in Nevada, only 2%, but Trump up 73% to 26%, which is pretty big. Harris will probably take New Hampshire, Maine, up there. New Jersey here has already been given. Yeah, man. So Trump's definitely going to take one more of these out here, but the big one's PA. Trump takes PA, this thing's over. Okay? He has two. If you look over here, this is if they go ahead and give him. I'm going off the right side map. They go ahead and give him Georgia. And I guess they got something up here. They're giving him one Maine. I guess Maine breaks its districts down too, as you can see over here, just like Nebraska. So they'll be voted on separately, and they're giving one of them to him. So that's how they're getting over here to 247. 247 plus 19 is 265. That means all Trump's got to do is either take Michigan, Wisconsin, it could even be Nevada with only 6, and he still wins it. Hell, he could just take New Mexico, which he probably won't. He'd hit 270. So that's where we sit at this point. Waiting to see if the news can just go ahead and call Georgia. 92%. It's like, are you kidding me? Too close to call. No, it's not. He's up by well over 100,000 votes. They've called for less earlier. Well,
That gain, they would take control of the Senate. There's one race out there that's an odd one because you have a Nebraska Senate race where you have the Republican incumbent Deb Fischer up against an independent Dan Osborne, who is interesting. If you read into, he has his views talking about not putting people into categories. He's got an array of views. He calls himself independent. He appears to be. He says he won't caucus with either side, and he's giving her a real run there in Nebraska.
He's giving her a real run. The polls have tightened in recent days, and I think you hit the nail on on the head with what makes this so complicated and fascinating. He's saying he's not going to caucus with the Democrats. So what exactly does that mean with Independent Senator Bernie Sanders, for example? He does caucus with the Democrats, just to give people a sense of what that looks like functionally speaking. So we continue to watch that race very closely.
All right, well, let's take a moment right here. We want to let some of our other stations catch up as we put the map up. Let's look at the road to 270, and we will wait a few moments and let some other stations join us.
Right, so we can see the Senate is just one away. I'm going to say Republicans are going to get it. You can see the Republicans are gaining ground in the House, 173, but the Democrats, man, picking up behind them at 144. So I would say Republicans definitely going to take the Senate. We'll see. It's going to be an overnight thing. Hopefully by morning, we have a better picture on the House. Because remember, even if Trump wins, if the House is democratically controlled fully, and they push something through calling him an insurrectionist, they can refuse to certify the election, which is what Kamala's job is. And it's just crazy enough that she's the one doing it. There should be like a different protocol, but there's not. Like somebody else in this position should have the job and the responsibility, not her. Not the person that if she refuses to do it, she wins, she's president. Like that's a huge conflict of interest. Period. Man, you guys to be kidding me anyway. This is all garbage. There's no way this is this close. Trump's got 51% to her 47%. Like, get out of here. Like, did you not see this dude pack stadiums? I ain't even vote for Trump, but I'll tell you straight up, this dude packs stadiums. Kamala and them wouldn't do nothing. Nothing but bussing in some paid people. They have a small crowd compared to Trump's. That equates to votes big time. So that's how I see it. Oh, and if you guys don't know, AP is reporting 205, 230. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, this is a different one over here on the right. If you guys don't know, the U.S. is set to test a hypersonic nuclear missile throughout the night tonight. So throw that into the mix. Let me back up there. 205, huh? Yeah, well, everybody's reporting different numbers, it seems here, so that's why I was pulling up several different ones. Love them or hate them, they're the ones covering this and putting out the official results. That's where we're getting them. Unless you guys know somebody that's at one of these places, they can like call us and like give us these numbers themselves. But yeah, this is a selection. Selection 24. Trump should win it. Trump Vance. And then they're probably going to go after him. Between now and inauguration, all types of crap will happen. You got 2 months after they declare who president is for all types of shenanigans to happen before J6 inauguration day and all that. Okay? And yeah, this time, I'm curious to see just how amped up they've got Antifa and how much they've been plotting on the sideline, and if that's where George Soros' money's going this time around. Seeming, again, BLM is folded up. We just ran the report the other day. All their money's gone. Most of the main people at the top that were controlling it took the money and ran. They spent it on themselves, didn't even spend it on the community. How ironic. And one of them got in trouble and went to jail for it and everything else. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that. I mean, I like to see a reflection of what I see out there for once. Like a true reflection. Not nothing like this is a nail biter. This is even close. I want to see Trump win it. I want to see him not win it at like 270 or anything stupid. I want to see him blast through it. And I ain't vote for Trump. I ain't voting for Trump. Okay? It's just, I said it all along. If there's a way that we got to go at this point, yeah, it's definitely. If you're going to ask me, do you want all my capital gains taxed? You want all my unrealized gains taxed? All this, you want my guns taken and all this other stuff like immediately? Hell no. Do I want the economy to tank immediately? Hell no. So yeah, that's the Kamala option right there. All right, so by default, which is the left-right paradigm, whole thing. We see it for what it is. I told you, my number one pick was that Trump would win it. They would try to pursue him in some way, and they will dump the economy on him, either through a series of cyber attacks or some other crap.
Insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight.
Look, I'm going to do what I do, and I'm going to tell you just what I'm taking from this. They're projecting that he keeps coming back to this. He's kept coming back to this around Atlanta, where the feds are sitting right now with their whole orchestration. They flipped Georgia in the end, hearing some stupid crap last minute, and a nail biter, and like he don't get PA and this and that. Just like watch out. They wanted to bring everybody here, the suspense all the way as far as they could. Again, tonight, this is so deja vu. I've done this before. We sat here and we watched a place that was for Trump get flipped, which was Minnesota. He was in the lead on, crushing, and then now he's getting crushed. Washington, he was in the lead, and she came out of nowhere, took the lead, and they called it all within a split second. Which, not surprised. I was giving her the whole West Coast in Colorado anyway. And New Mexico. Arizona and Nevada, I figured they're contested. Let's get in here and look. Arizona has Trump in the lead by 7,000 votes. That's a tight one. Only 2% in again in Nevada. They're moving really slow there. They're moving really slow, Nevada. Maybe morning before they got at this rate. Kamala Harris wins in Hawaii. So she just jumped up to 189 over here. They're going to have to update their live results over here on this one. Because it's off. Hawaii going to Kamala. 0% in. Look, this is such a sham. Like, how can Georgia, well, he's up by like 100,000 votes, apparently, and they keep talking about it. Or they're probably about to flip it or something stupid. They can't call it, but Hawaii has 0% in. It's all zeros. And you're just going to give it to Kamala. I just don't understand this. At all. Wow, they flipped Washington back red over here. Like, what is going on with this live results page? And back to blue. Like, this is getting weird. I don't know about this 270 to win. It's nothing official. I don't know who's running it. But I'm going to keep checking in over here. Trump up by a couple 100,000, it looks like, in Pennsylvania. 84% in. It's moving slow, but man, you know, if you were to tell me that, you know, Trump wins PA, you know, here this evening, I'm going to say that he's got it. Going to say that he's got it. That's what I'm watching. Well, he's going to need this Georgia too. He's going to need Georgia 93% in, and they're still scared to give it to him. They need to just go ahead and do this.
Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert?
Fun fact number 7.
It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though.
Yeah. 189 to 230 over here on their official page. And it looks like it's moving slow, but the House is continuing to come in on both sides. One away still from Senate being called. In Georgia, 93%. Trump's in the lead. 85% in PA. Trump's in the lead. Soon as those are called, man, those will be, I feel like, huge. Well, let's see. Even if Trump doesn't get the 16 in Georgia, you need to make up for it. If he took Arizona and Nevada, that would make up for it if he lost Georgia. He's in the lead in Michigan, 46%, which I knew and figured would be big. I don't know. I figured when the Muslim groups came out and threw their support behind Trump, that just seemed to weigh huge on me. Like, man, if you won that crowd over up there, like, you should take it. Allison, thank you for the coffees. Oh, and that man turned out to be a devil. He sure did. But much love. And much appreciated. Thank you for the coffees and the support. If I missed anything over here, happy 2024. Cheers. Hey, much love. Thank you for that. Super chat, if I missed anything. Slithering. Hey, Ross. Harris says 209 in another poll. Thank you. I appreciate you keep me updated. Geo. If you can, at me. Put at Dabu77 when you do that in the chat. That way I definitely see it. It lights it up in red and it catch my attention. And yeah, everything sitting right there. I don't know. All these pundits are left-leaning up here anyway. I can't much stand to even hear them. It's like, can't you ever just get something unbiased? And Kevin, welcome to the underground. Much love. Newest member here of the underground. And we are just kind of patiently waiting here for some key updates whenever they want to come out and call. That's the big thing. If you see them call that in another place, like another poll, they call PA for sure, or Georgia. Like they're showing Georgia called over here, but we're talking like one of the big places out there, like the AP or something. Somebody else calls. Calls one of these locations. And what is that? Kevin, hey, much love and thank you for that super chat, man. Welcome to the underground. Yeah, Kevin Sutter, man. Much appreciated to the fullest. I don't know why it'll let me heart some of the super chats and then other ones it won't. But I thumbed it up. Current election results in Google search for faster updates. County data. Okay, well, I guess I can throw this up also here on the side. Take down the nuclear missile test. alert. If you guys missed it, again, thank you, Kevin. All appreciated to the fullest. You gotta love the stream over here on YouTube all the time. It's the only place that I ever stream that they'll just drop hundreds and hundreds of people off the stream. And they climb up, and then they'll just cut it, and climb up, and they'll cut it. 210, 230, it says over here. This is for the president. Uh-oh. It looks like the Senate took it. Did the Senate take it? Let me go over here and look. Are they not updating? The Senate should be taken by, yeah, they're not showing it here. They're showing over on Google that the Senate has 51 Republicans, not 49. Yeah, see up here, Senate. Democrats 42, 51 Republican. That's what it's saying on Google. Their numbers are way off. It says the U.S. House 139, Republicans 177, but over here, what the? Totally different. It's totally different. Right? Let's see. Well, 177, 181. I guess it's close. Well, boy, 210, 230 is what they're calling it right there. All right, so PA. Trump, Georgia, 93% in, they got Trump. So, Trump. Trump. All right, let's go back to the main one.
To work for somebody slightly different, and Joe Biden, it's been they've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all of the things, and it's just to keep them rolling,
but at a
keep
moment
them
like
going.
This, but a moment like this, now we know earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all, their spirits up. That's the goal.
You say at the end.
All right, whatever, Psaki. It looks like New Mexico was just given to Kamala, and then probably one from Maine or something, and that's how they're getting their 210 over here on Google. Yeah, it has to be. Yep, that's right. Maine's given. New Mexico has now officially been given to Kamala. So it's in the books there and here. The only place that hasn't yet is here. And over here. So I'm looking at like 3 or 4 different places here. I've got this. This is the BBC map over here. It's got 182 to 230, way off. Then you've got this 27 or 270 to win, which is a live results, and then a forecast map. And we're on the live results, and this is where they've got it live. And the reason it's so high there for Trump is because he's got Georgia there. They got to give him Georgia on these other maps. And then you've got NBC's, and then you've got Google's. So, I guess the average here is Trump running around 230. You might as well just give Kamala the 210. And that's where it's currently sitting. Again, this is coming down to PA. I don't know. I wouldn't have been celebrating already if I was trumping them. Unless I knew I had PA in the bag. Maybe, something we don't. But maybe it's a sure sign. Kamala's camp's quiet as crickets, and Trump and them are down there partying like it's 1999. Maybe it's a sure sign of where this is going. Man, after having to live through the whole thing of hearing Hillary was our president and then waking up and it was Trump and like getting buffaloed, waking up to something different. I don't want to have to wake up to something different. I'd rather just know for sure. Like tonight, keep talking about Tez. You need a better computer, man. Oh. How's that? Everything's running just fine on my end. This is a brand new computer. You fools just come here talking crap. I don't have a whole lot of mods on deck here tonight, so I'm going to have to smoke some people. See what I'm saying? We were just at like almost 2,000 people watching, and it just dropped to 16. Like, it happens constantly. It climbs back up to near 2,000, and they bat it back down. It happens every stream all the time, and they keep me right here in this bubble. Steve, much love. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for the comment. I hope all is well out there. Waiting to get a big update here on PA, to be honest with you.
Difficult situation. I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance, an opposition. And there are a lot of people on the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were in the Veep stakes. We all, lived through this summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second debate. And, and you have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts, he didn't perform well in his.
Okay, where you getting this, bro? Uncommon. Uncommon says in the chat, Dapu, 50,000 ballots came in past midnight in PA. Yeah, this is crazy. Remember, they're getting votes coming in from out of the country, which I don't even know how it's legal. How can that be legal? And thank you, Alex. Again, I'm sitting there trying to like them, and it won't let me. But yeah, how can anyone even cast a vote from out of the country? I don't care. If you want to vote, bring your ass here to cast a damn vote if it's that important to you. If you live here, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't trust none of that. All right, so at 12:21 here, we're at a stage where all the polls are closed, and we're just waiting for updates, for like final calls to be made. Rachel Maddow looking smug on MSNBC. Where? I don't know. I don't know where they're from. I don't know where they're from. And thank you. Much love. I just know that PA is huge in this instance, and they better not flip Georgia on some crap. Hey. It's all appreciated, my brother. Here we go. Oh no, I can see that. I mean, if somebody's, I get it. If you're in the military and you're overseas and you're gonna vote, that I can dig. I get that. That's 100% legit. Like, put them on the computer right there. You're the government, and you should give them a trusted thing to vote on. And yeah, that's legit. I'm talking just like any everyday freaking people. Anyone and everyone. I mean, the same anyone and everyone that's just walking across the freaking border right now. It's uncalled for. You know what I mean? It's these stupid loopholes what I'm talking about. It's all about who you have in power, right? They're gonna let criminals and murderers just come into this country. That's the biggest treason you can have from your leadership. They're still saying Georgia.
Vote difference. Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play, too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead. Harris, as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey, guys. Okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County. It's Detroit. Not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. But 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch: Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held a rally last night, and or I should say, on Monday. Sorry, getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harrison-Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
So interesting to see you do those university towns because
it's shocking.
Well,
yeah.
Because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that. But I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which is young.
All right, here's that clip right here.
50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes.
This is the news saying that MSNBC saying 50,000 ballots will be dropped in 9 minutes while on air. Possible new ballots just arrive. Okay, so good looking out on that. Shout outs to Jay Reacher sending me footage. Antifa in the streets up in the Pacific Northwest. And see what else they're saying here.
For Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday. So today we would have an answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks.
Wow, he says there are caveats. It's that stupid stuff right there. If it tries to drag it out, it's gonna be crazy.
That's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out.
Oh, that's key in terms of Georgia. But it looks like they're saying that results should be coming in sooner than they thought in Michigan. I mean, Georgia's already called over here on this other map. They should just go ahead and give it to Trump. Kellyanne Conway apparently has stated that a Trump win alongside a GOP House majority could insulate him from impeachment shenanigans. Interesting. I didn't think about it like that. When we knew if the Dems got in there, they could weaponize it and they could use it against him. And the Senate has been taken by the Republicans. So that's it's done. Senate, Republicans hit 50. They're at 186 in the House, closing in on 218. So the first of 3 legs for a full red wave has been completed. It's not all the time that you see, one side control all the chambers, all branches like that. But with the way things have been going with inflation and they're killing this country, it's really not too surprising. People are sick of it. That's what got a lot of people out to vote that never voted before, is that they're just sick of it. So all right, so Colorado obviously went to the other side. What's these updates saying here now? So Republican wins the House seat in Pennsylvania. So that bodes well for every Republican that you see win in an area that leans toward Trump influence. And yeah, this is pretty much the boring part of the game and the phase. The crowd starts to leave as Kamala Harris will not speak at Howard University tonight. What? Not a good sign. Trump is now leading in all 7 of the key swing states. Just give it to him. Just get this thing over with. That's all I'm saying. Call it one way or another. Trump sits at the 4+ million lead in the popular vote. Yeah, and he might win it tonight. In terms of the popular vote, yeah. 4+ million lead. Which I believe all that crap is garbage. Again, it's like you forget what your own eyes have seen. I've seen Trump pack stadiums all over the place, man. That equates to he smoked these fools. They try to make this thing look close, and it's not. Okay, they got an update. Finally. They did it. They gave Georgia. And they've got it as a flip. They gave it to him with 93% in about damn time. Donald Trump takes Georgia. Okay, so now I guess it's just all eyes on PA. Super critical. And I told you that Republican Robert Brent, whatever his name is, he just won the 8th Congressional District in Pennsylvania. So that's that bodes well for Republicans in this whole thing. Trump at 51%, Kamala 58%. See if they got any other updates here. What they're saying.
Local stations hit their local news, and we'll be back in a moment.
Oh, checking out. 189 to 46. All right. Who else did they give her over here? Virginia, Vermont, New York. I think it's New York. No. Oh, they haven't filled in all these other small ones like they have over here. I see, but yeah, Georgia, you can see it's striped. As the battleground state, it's been flipped. A win or flip, as it says right here. Let's look up here at Minnesota. Minnesota now 61% in. Harris up 51 to Trump's 46. Wisconsin, they got it labeled too close to call. 82% in. Trump up 50.9% to Harris's 47%. He's looking strong there. Michigan, Trump up with 57% of the vote in. He's up 51.9 to 46%. Looking strong there. Pennsylvania with 88% in. Trump up 50.8% to 48.1%. I mean, with 52% in Arizona, he's up barely. That's super close. That's like 13,000 votes difference. Nevada is like stuck. It's not moving. New Mexico, too early to call, they say. It's like 20, 30,000 difference there. Harris is probably going to take that more than likely. But yeah, Nevada, not showing anything over here now. They're saying in a second swing state flip. So what was the other flip? Let's see.
Position by President Biden. I hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we have a call in the U.S. Senate that will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks, and it obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course, those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it. The
He covers Capitol Hill. Ryan, what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats. And the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. And we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate Majority Leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president, and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona, Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Kari Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Kari Lake could win is the scenario.
Okay, thank you, Vikings. And thank you, Uncommon. He says, check right side. Trump is about to declare victory. Well, that's cool. He can do his thing. I'm not sharing their cast. They've struck for strikes in the past. That says I stay away from the stream. But I do appreciate the information.
Stepping aside there, let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position.
All right, we want to go to Harris headquarters. Cedric Richmond, who is, of course, the head of the DNC, about to address the crowd there. Let's listen in.
Oh, they're about to say, we give up.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign, and misspoke earlier. Apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out.
It was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note that this is a different year. there are still votes to be
Okay,
counted.
thank you.
None
Thank you
of
for
those
that
battleground
message
states
and the
have been
coffee
counted, but
and the relay
it
there.
feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see, in this case, Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
Of the
She showed up in
battleground
those
states,
blue wall
but
states.
again, her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, were really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly one
although
thing
in
that
our
will be
exit
under-
polls,
well,
threat to democracy
it is
is the
issue.
number
Yes.
one issue. It's
Yes.
just that it's
That's
in the
right.
eye of the beholder, and it means
That's
different
correct.
things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it, because
Exactly right.
for some, for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, extra legal.
Man, I don't know how much more I could stand of them. So, Senate in the control of the Republicans, and they're at 189, moving closer. Again, that's probably not going to be resolved till morning. And this whole thing really pivots on Pennsylvania. And the people just said that vehicles pulled up with a bunch of ballots they dropped off in a vehicle with California license plates and all this other stuff. Like, well, there should be all types of people, all types of stuff all over that then. And let's just look here real quick. Nine, do some counting here. Texas, thank you for the coffees, man. J. Crew, much love, Tess. Appreciate it to the fullest. It is looking like 90% in. Trump's up, 160,000 votes there, easy. If he cleans up in all these other states, you ain't even got to worry about PA. And he can potentially do that. He's leading in Michigan. He's leading in Wisconsin. And he's leading in PA, but he's leading in Arizona. Slightly, but he is. And Nevada is going to be a huge one as well. But can't forget, I guess, polls have not closed in Alaska. They close at 1 a.m. That's nuts if they come down to something with that. Quantum, much love. Pure Bloods in the house. 228. Much love and respect. I hope all is well to everybody out there. I know everybody's eager to know, what is it? What's going down? So Alaska, interesting. Alaska polls close in 10 minutes. So hopefully we'll get some updates on some things. I thought they were listing North Carolina as a battleground state. Well, I guess it just means it's flipped. I guess, so over here they have All of them at least got Trump at 246. They all seem to have Kamala at different. They got Trump at 230 over here still. 230, 210. Oh, they're showing Georgia 93.1% in. Come on, man. They need to go ahead and give it to them. I mean, these are just projections. We're at 85.5. At this rate, it could be another couple hours before PA is close enough for them to call. Okay, so they had, in terms of swing states, they had Florida as a swing state, Georgia as a swing state, North Carolina was a swing state, Ohio wasn't, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Oh, interesting. Okay, so he could take them all. He could potentially take them all. I don't see why he doesn't. What did I miss over here? Heidi, thank you. Cousin name, Heidi. Again, thank you, Quantum. I appreciate the super chats, guys. I see you out there lurking, Eon. They're trying to say that a push from early voting may have really helped Trump in Georgia. In pretty much all their tactics. They have admitted at this point that Trump making the moves that he made last minute here in the election have been huge for him. Him going on the Joe Rogan podcast, they say, was huge because they met a lot of young folks that were casting votes and voting, and they decided they were going to vote for Trump. And they asked why and all this, and they had said they saw the Rogan podcast, and that sealed it for him. So it just goes to show timing and all that, especially with the younger audience. Mr. Ville, thank you for the coffees and the support. Appreciate it to the fullest. Yeah, man, I really wish, we're just watching. All right, so Pennsylvania's at 91.8% now. Okay, that's, let's see if they're saying the same thing. Yeah, 92%. Come on. Pennsylvania's like getting there. Here, anytime they call PA for Trump, I'm going to say it's done. I'm going to say it's done. Donald Trump is your president. If there's any other shenanigans, deal with it tomorrow. Because it's not over. You know, it's never going to be over. You're going to say it's... I mean, all the signs are there that Trump's won this. They're down there celebrating, for crying out loud. They would never preemptively start celebrating if they didn't think they had it. So, yeah, I appreciate all the love. We're all anxious. Hoping to get an answer one way or another, right? kind of world are we going to wake up to tomorrow? Chances of winning right now out there, New York Times needs poll. Donald Trump, 95% chance of winning right now. Donald Trump at a 95%, Kamala 5%. Estimated margin, Arizona, Trump plus 4.2, Carolina, Trump plus 3.3. That's crazy. Then they're projecting he's definitely going to take Arizona. Georgia, Trump plus 2.5. And Nevada, Trump plus 2.5. Show me something on PA. Pennsylvania, Trump plus 2. That's it. In Wisconsin, Trump 1.8. They just need to put it in the coffin here with PA. They just need to announce it. Yeah, nobody cares about your celebrity endorsements. Every single person that you've seen out there, every celebrity out there toeing the line for Kamala here recently is on the Diddy list. And or the Epstein list. Yes, New York Times giving Donald Trump right now a 93% chance of retaking the White House. Trump wins Erie, Pennsylvania, a stronghold for Democrats. He's in the lead in PA with 99% reporting now, they're saying. Oh, dude, that's as far as they've taken one yet. Call it. Call it. Change the title. What did just change the title? Trump won. $194, $246. Yeah, they said that was off the Twitter feed. It's 92% here off of, from what I see, it's 92% off of what I'm seeing on here. But it looks like they're getting amped. That was off the Twitter feed, though. Remember, everyone's saying they're celebrating down Mar-a-Lago. They're popping bottles in this net. Well, like, you can't do that unless you know you got PA in the bag at this point. Yeah, so everyone out there is like, man, please, Lord, like, don't let us wake up and these last minute votes all came in. We seen it in the charts last time. That's how Biden got his bump. Uh-oh. Here we go. Donald Trump has departed Mar-a-Lago. He's on his way to the Palm Beach County Convention Center where his supporters have gathered. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's that tell you? Imminent. Would you hit a cat in the background? Shut up. Yeah. So here we go. Trump is in motion to go speak to his supporters. I'm going to say by the time they get there, I mean, here's the footage right here. At around midnight in Philadelphia, trucks with ballots pull up to do what the Democrats do best. Right there. So you guys see that. Man, oh man, oh man. The Palm Beach stream. Okay, so see what we got.
About to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216.
This is, I guess, what Trump's on his way to at this, or no, this says, Trump hosts election night watch party at Mar-a-Lago property in Florida, but he's heading to a different convention center where other people, who get it. Yeah, we're all just waiting for, all Palm Beaches, Mar-a-Lago. Okay.
Oh wait, that changed while we were talking.
That changed while we were talking.
She was.
Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh wait, that changed while we were
that
talking.
changed while we were talking.
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead.
Yes, he's leading. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh wait, that changed while we were talking.
That changed while we were talking.
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all three blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016, and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time of night, there were states that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead in Georgia. Things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020, so I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math there? And, I'm trying to be fair and trying to be, it's possible, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all, right? Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading in all of them right now. And so let's just look at what happened here and come on in.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah, they're leading them all. Yeah, so really waiting to see. All right, so Kamala is now 194, Donald Trump 246. It seems like we're just a matter of moments away. Something happening here. Thank you, JC. And thank you, John, for the coffees. And much love. You've been around for a minute. Back to the live chat here real quick. We're going to look and see where we're at. 93% in PA. Wisconsin, 87% in. Trump winning. He's also winning in Michigan. Hold up. How did this happen? Nevada was froze the whole time, and all of a sudden, 70% of Nevada is in. Trump's winning. And the polls just closed in Alaska. I don't see at this point, guys, honestly, I don't see how he loses this. I say at this point, Donald Trump is, as we seen, He's 45 and he's 47. Just as he was telegraphing, he was wearing a hat. You don't wear a hat out golfing all these places. Months last year, like it's been some time. This dude's been telegraphing 47 connected to him. I'll never forget the comment he made on the golf course. Somebody came up and they said 40. They called him 45, and he adamantly says, "And 47." Like adamantly. And then the hats and all the gear, it says 45 and 47 on it. It's like, okay, it's done been telegraphed enough. To be honest, they could still take days to make this stuff official, because even though they project him, if they did it right now, if they projected it, it still isn't official, because they're going to say that it's going to take days for these. Just as they told you earlier, anything that was mailed in that's stamped with the specific date will be counted. The PA and some of these other states said that it could take up to a week, for that kind of crap. If he can't win it at this rate, at this setup, I don't know what to say. Because it's all looking like it's him. And DC coming in huge. Wow. 10th. Super. On the stream. Monster. Again, nobody does it like you, man. That's just crazy. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, you could say Trump won 3 times. I'll give you that. He definitely did. Yeah, and DCB, just legendary. Up there with Eon, legendary. From New Zealand. Sending that love, Kruger, yeah. Yeah, she won't speak tonight because they must have seen the whole telegraphing that she done lost. That's it. All the signs are there that it's done. It's over. All the signs are there. Yep. It's just if they do any shenanigans from here and all that. And remember, she has to certify the election and all that. Trump is currently leading in Alaska. No, they're not showing nothing there or there. But if it ever came down to that, see where we're at. 93% of the vote in PA. Are you kidding me? Like, man, Jill Stein pulling in more votes than Kennedy. That's crazy. Huh. Kennedy more than Stein there. Kennedy more than Stein there. Kennedy not even on anywhere to be seen there. Or there. Or there. I don't know who this Oliver character is. He's closer than most of them. Yeah, so as time's going by, more and more people coming out and putting their stamp on stuff like Trump definitely took Georgia, starting to go into why, and I'm sure these left-leaning, these left-leaning news outlets, they're going to have to report it, man. They're going to have to report it. Oh, they've shifted over here. What did they add? They added something. Oh, yeah, they gave it to Alaska. They give Alaska to Trump at this point. Added it to this list over here. That puts him at 251 over here if you add Alaska. And they've also got like Maine in there, which they don't have in the House. The Republicans at 193. They're creeping ever so close. I'm telling you, this is looking like a red wave sweep. You heard the Amish even voted. Yeah, well, I saw a crazy image where the Amish were going down the road and they had a Trump flag flying. It was legit. There's a couple of them. There's quite a few. Yeah, of course. A lot of people came out in support of Trump at this point. So many people just could not get by, cannot survive. And they're expecting Trump to be able to fix things. You know, economically, things ain't going to change for the better, I don't think, instantly, by no means. But Trump can definitely do what Trump does. My biggest problem is I don't think it's going to work like it did last time. We're a total different country than we were 4 years ago. What Biden and them have done in the past 4 years has killed this country, its reputation. And not only that, there's been advancements made around the world. The whole thing's with BRICS and Russia and China. It was a total different ballgame. And back then, when Trump was in office, he could, he would say China, 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 and he would try to strong arm them and get his way in some of the things. I don't see that working this time. I see them all saying, kick rocks. I know they might talk to him at first, fresh president, but I think he's going to try to play too much hardball, like too strong. And when the big dogs on the other side finally say F you on the world stage, all these smaller countries are going to see it. They're going to follow, and they're going to BRICS. I think that's going to accelerate the downfall of the dollar, and that's part of the plan here. They didn't do all this for nothing. It just sucks that a lot of us here in the United States, and we're sinking with the ship that's going down economically, and what they've done here. I don't think Trump can save it. I think that it was designed to get dumped on him. He may try to steer it into recovery, out of it or something. I don't know. He's only got 4 years. I just said in the beginning I had a feeling he gets in there and does his thing. They'll try to persecute him and go after him for these things. But if they were going to bring it down, who else to bring it down on? Bring it down on the name that they've hated. Even though it's all staged as it is. But on the stage, he's their enemy, so to speak. They hate him. Which is garbage, but they've painted him as that man. So, represents the people and everything else. So they hate that whole image, and they'll dump it on that image, is how I feel. And now's the time. It sucks. It sucks, man. You know, I always hoped that one day maybe one of us would really be able to have a chance to be president, like just an everyday person. But I don't know. I witnessed a lot of this president stuff throughout the years, but along come Trump, and he had this. You see it, what he does and what he has with the following and all the people. It's like rock star status, star status, because he is a star. He is an actor in the WWE Hall of Fame, for crying out loud. If you missed him, he was in Home Alone. Don't forget, you said, Dabu, don't forget, PA was called a few days ago on TV. What do you mean? I seen that there was a test. Was PA involved in there? And what did it say? Trump? Let's go up here and see if they've got any updates here real quick.
About which way they break, different leanings, and I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group, but that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's Mountain Time, too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach, and he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today, he does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. And it was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will not have been called as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be. But it's notable he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race hadn't been called
Yes.
one way or the other.
Crap
He hadn't lost yet. He lost 5 days later.
Shut your mouths. That's right. You're going to sit there and shut up, and you're going to take it. You're not going to say another word because I muted you. I can't take any of them left-leaning pundits and their crap. Hardly at all. But we got to get some updates here on what's going on in real time. As you just said, if you go and you click on the thing and you look at it and you zoom in, it shows that Trump won in PA in the main county. And it seems that Trump and all them already knew all this. That's why he's doing his thing here. But the mainstream is doing their thing. They're hating already and talking crap, taking jabs, and they're pissy. They're pissy because, they're all left-leaning. So the other side is about to win it, and they got to announce it. Let's see what they say here. Oh, they ain't saying nothing. So, yeah. I'm gonna say PA's in the bag. I'm gonna say Trump's got this. I'm gonna say 91% reporting here. $95% in there. Only 21% in here. Just looking at the percentages here by the counties. Isn't it crazy how, like, you can have a whole state, like, damn near red like this, and just these little small areas that are blue? Well, guess where they are? They're right around the major cities. Philadelphia, Harrisburg, Pittsburgh. You know? It's crazy. They come in and control just one of your areas, one of your cities. I see it happen in my state, too. My state would look the same way probably tonight. Kentucky, we were the first ones to lock in. We were the first ones to lock in last time. But you'd probably see around Louisville or something like that the same thing, blue, because that's what they've done. They've gone into every place and tried to target one major city at least to be their stronghold. So, battleground alert.
All right, there's the road to 270. Donald Trump inching closer to the magic 270. Harris with 194. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, the important battleground state, maybe the most important. Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris and a 225,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call. Wisconsin, another key battleground state in play. Too close to call there. 89% of the vote is in there. And we can show you Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Too close to call. 37,000 vote difference. Minnesota, it is Kamala Harris leading, but that is characterized by our decision desk as too close to call. 85,000 vote difference in Minnesota. Tom, we'll send it back over to you.
Yep, we're going to be looking at Arizona right now. The closest margin in 2020. At this hour, we have about 53% of the vote in. It's really tied up. It's pretty much 50-50 right now. Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still very early. Maricopa County, 60% of the vote. This is sort of, you want to win here to win the state. Harris is on top right now. We can compare her to 4 years ago. But again, half the vote is out in Maricopa County. But she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County. Again, half the vote is out, but she's overperforming there than where Biden was 4 years ago. But when we go to the Trump counties, okay, places like Yuma, Trump is overperforming. 52% in 2020. Again, there's only 35% of the vote in, but he's at 64%. And we can actually, if we move the state over here, I'm going to pop over all the red counties, and you can see how he's overperforming. 68. Now at La Paz, 71. We go a little further, Mojave, 75. He's at 76. We'll come over here to Navajo, 53. He's at 61. Still half the votes out over there. Finally, 58 and 60%. So you can see, I want to show you an interesting stat, though. So remember where this race is right here, right? It's neck and neck. Let's go to the Senate race here.
Thank you, Lowrider, for the coffees and the support. Appreciate it to the fullest. Much love, my brother. I don't know. I can't stand to listen to the sentiment coming from some of these places, man. I guess I always expect just it needs to be at least fair and balanced. I could take opinions from the left and from other people. But when the whole thing, the whole panel, every person, everything that they say is steered toward projecting, defending that side, and basically geared toward attacking Trump, it just doesn't even feel like it's fair. But Steve, what are you watching that says that? Trump just got PA. Just hit 270. It did. I'm looking at it on the screen. PA. Boom.
Sort of a majority, all of Clark County in, or at least 90% in.
Shut your mouth and tell us about PA. He's over here yapping about Nevada. All right, so it's done. Trump won. So we'll change the title real quick. All right. So, title has been changed. Trump won 2024 election. So there we go. Boom. It's done. These games can continue on through the night. We're calling it right here. This is what it is. Yeah. So, I mean, this is it. From all of what we can tell, you can see right here. I mean, he hit 270 off this one. Granite coming through with 5 coffees. Much love and God bless. Thank you for grinding. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you, Granite, to the fullest. And again, thank you, Lowrider, man, for all the support, for all the times you've been there. Everybody out there, the support. Appreciate it to the fullest. This is probably going to mean that you're going to see, especially when they make it official here, you're going to see riots and everything pretty much, especially in the West, Pacific Northwest, places like that. Like, we already see Antifa in the streets. So, I fully expect that. See, these other places haven't called PA yet. None of these other places have done it yet. So they're stalling it out. What other one did they give? So like one other one that they gave him. Hit 270. Had to be for 5, which we see who would be. Oh, that's right. They're throwing Alaska in there in the mix too. On this map. Interesting how many of the battleground states they're holding out the suspense. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, PA. All those left are battleground. What's the odds besides Minnesota? Well, I guess they haven't called New Hampshire or Maine yet on this one.
All of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He himself said it.
He said it, yes. He said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech. And it was for part of the speech, but then it quickly became a very familiar almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail from.
Well, that's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, he had felt in the moment some magnanimity towards.
I will make one bold prediction, though, Savannah.
Yeah.
I predict that he won't say that anybody cheated.
Well,
but remember, though, even after he won election in 2016, he still.
Yeah, the Kamala Harris campaign has canceled what was supposed to be a party. It's shut down. Much love, D. White. Tacos. Everyone's going crazy. Brandon Herrera, we're back. It's on. Hodge twins, we're back. Everybody's basically saying it's on. So all these people America is finally unburdened by what has been. People are making all these comments on Twitter. I'm just going down the feed right now. Elon says, "You are the media now." They're all just all these people flooding the Kamala watch party, leaving it. This was not a nail-biter election. Voters are giving Republicans a mandate. So, The Guardian says Donald Trump closes in on a victory. So they still are dragging it out. Just all of it. Just going down the list, all the people that I see, all these different news heads, are all saying it. B&O News has the race for the White House at 1:30 official. The numbers: Kamala at 216, Donald Trump at 267. They give him PA. They give him PA. So I'm just gonna go ahead and light this up right here. Boom. Right there, you can see right there, B&O, the race for the White House, they gave him PA as well. That leaves Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, which all they got to do is give him Alaska and he hits 270. He will take one of those last five without a doubt. He's leading all of them, isn't he? Yeah, all but one. Yeah. I mean, you have to ask yourself at the end of the day, what happens from here? Yeah, everyone's out there. Everyone on social media saying 267 Trump. That's where they're at. Everyone's saying 267 because I guess Alaska hasn't been officially called, or these other places. Trump has won. All these people. Ukraine war is over. Trump wins Pennsylvania. Hodge twins yelling, declaring. I told you that was the key. If he took that, it was over. They said too big to rig. Well, they had to make sure they did that, so to speak. Still say it's a selection. So, how bad will they piss off the left with this? How bad will they take to the streets? I guess we're about to find out. Coming days will definitely be interesting. We've got 2 months. 2 months to get through. 2 holidays. We got 2 months to get through. before he's officially sworn in. Now, this is a man that they've shown you they've tried to take multiple shots at and all this other stuff. It's just going to be interesting. Where does it go from here? You know, where do we go from here? So, what are the first things that Trump's going to do when he's in there? And how quickly will they jump to pursue him? Or, as what's-her-name said, Kellyanne Conway said earlier, it was a very interesting point. If it's a red wave and they control the House and the Senate, it can, like, buffer him and protect him from those charges. Which is crazy. But, you know how this whole thing goes. But what would you have rather had? Kamala win or Trump win? Ask yourself. So, yeah, they haven't updated nowhere. Everyone's celebrating. None of these places have updated PA yet.
As opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order. And I think he's got to do the tariffs. And he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. You know, Orban and other autocrats that now will feel.
All right. Look, it's just pathetic that Alaska, their polls hit and closed. Hawaii was given to Kamala like an hour ago or something stupid. And like, how can the polls have even closed there? It's so stupid. How can Hawaii be closed before Alaska? Like, I don't know. Anyhow, I guess none of that matters. Everything seems to have fell kind of exactly how we seen how it was going to fall here. It's just going to be a waiting game now to officially wrap up these last ones, and these talking heads over here, I feel, will go all night long, dragging it out, because that's what they're paid to do. So yes, I mean, this brings a lot of... everyone's saying it's cold as heck there in California, cold as balls in San Diego. Somebody said 43. Yeah, it was 85 here today in Kentucky. So, yeah. Crazy ass weather, huh? I ain't complaining though. It's nice. I'm trying to soak up this last bit of decent weather before the cold sets in and Antifa hits them streets. And let me tell you something. All right, let's talk about a couple things here real quick. The reality of the world we're about to walk into, okay? Right? Let's just do that. Because everybody watching this election has choices to make tomorrow morning. As soon as this is announced official. We're ahead of the curve here, so we're just going to go ahead and talk about it. What's about to happen? What is about to happen right now? I look down at right now at Crazy Tacos. He says, I'm looking at 5 inches of snow right now. His RN, I looked at his RN when I said right now. That is synchronicity. And those are big time with me. Means we're on the right track of what we're sitting here observing, doing, thinking. So what this tells me is that this is to ignite the left. Not just that, It's the left, Antifa and BLM and all them, that's not their babies anymore. Okay, so to speak. They've got new babies. And they've got tens of millions of them, and they're illegal migrants that they've brought up in here. Okay? They're here. And Trump has stated that he's going after them. There's going to be a mass deportation of all these criminals that are here. That means that we're entering that world. That means that it begins. That the border is about to change completely. Like, there is no more catch and release. There is no more none of that. There's no more hordes coming and getting in. The laws, the rules, everything changes immediately as soon as he's in there. These are facts, okay? Things do change under different administrations. They do. And presidents have to hold true to some of their key points. They offer you like 10 big old promises, but only come through in a few major ones. Just like he did last time. Trump came through, he did away with Obamacare immediately because everyone was breathing down his throat, down his neck about it. It was the first thing he did. But when it comes down to like one of the biggest things he promoted, Hillary for prison, he let her go. Because he felt like it. That's his exact words. So, we've been through this rodeo once with Trump, sure. So there's some things that we should just expect and already know. But I think that we're going to have some curveballs thrown at us here, and probably rather quickly as soon as he gets in. One is going to be this. When he sets these teams into motion to start rounding up all these people, this is it. This is going to create friction. This is going to create battles. This is going to create attacks. All these people are going to go into motion. This may have been what they were all sitting here to do the whole time. Wait for this exact moment. Because they're coming for them. It's a different ball game. All you people that got let in here, it's like a big trap now. Now they're wanted. Now they're all wanted. Do you understand that? To be hunted. This is going to create like renegade type groups of people that are going out there trying to track down migrants to get paid and to get them out of the country. This is going to create shootouts. All types of stuff's about to happen. Okay? It's going to be a different animal. I'm warning you. I'm warning you. It's a different environment. And this is one of the big things he's aiming to do. Yes, it needs to be done in the right way. There's going to be blowback. That's what no one's talking about. You are crazy to think that these people are just going to lay down and they're just going to go. No, all the ones that are in here, by the millions, they're going to band together. And I'm telling you, there's an underlying scheme to all this. They were sent here from the get-go to cause chaos, and it's about that time. They weren't going to do it on the watch of their masters, the ones that came in here. They were going to bit the hand that feed them. But now that that's changed, everything's completely changed, like 180. And now they're the hunted. Oh boy. I'm telling you, this thing's about to go crazy in that aspect. Okay? I feel like something else is going to blindside us. I don't know what it's going to be here. Some kind of attack, maybe. Cyber attack on the banks. I've been leaning that way heavy. Remember, at this point, you can just go ahead and you can rule out the CBDCs. But what you can rule in now is everything Trump was pushing. The WorldCoin, the backing of stable coins by the US dollar, which isn't going to do nothing to save the dollar. you're going to have to back the dollar by gold to save it in the end. Precious metals. You can't compete with any other currency that's backed by gold. It's just stupid. You can't do it. No one else is going to want it. And remember here, Trump, now we know this is the world we're in. Trump is going to be laying out tariffs. That's going to be his strong arm on everyone. Okay? This is going to backfire. I told you since the moment it hit me, the information hit me, and I computed it like God made me to do. The vision I got in response from that, like the answer back, was bad blowback that it's not going to work. That it's not going to work. They're not going to accept it. China wasn't as powerful last time. They weren't in this position. BRICS wasn't as built out and as powerful. We hadn't screwed Russia over fully that way and it blown up to what it is now. The whole Ukraine, none of that. Military has been vastly depleted ever since this whole thing, the Biden regime, throughout all of lockdowns and all this stuff, all the people that left because they weren't getting inoculated and all this other stuff. It takes time to do these things. Trump's only going to be here for 4 years. I really feel that this whole Trump thing is to warm everybody up to the next thing. Trump's old, man. And even if he wouldn't have won this, he wasn't going to run again. He said, this is it. I'm not running in 4 more years if I don't win this. It's not happening. So he's passing the torch. Do you understand? The establishment, the GOP, the right side, and all this, they want to capture all this energy, this rock star energy. But you can't keep it around forever. They kept it around as long as they actually could. They stalled it out 4 years. We kept it alive, and here it is again, and it's going to live on for 4 more years, so to speak, as long as he's living. Right? 4 more years. And then what? Trump's done. And who is your savior then? Who's your savior then? J.D. Vance. That's what the Lubavitches are backing. All day. And we'll see what Trump does with Ukraine. He tries to say he'll end it, but that's all talk. It's on Russia and what Russia wants to do. And Russia just said that they're going to keep on pounding Ukraine, and there ain't nothing you're going to do to stop it. And they said if Donald Trump wants to get in the way, he can get JFK'd, assassinated. That is what Medvedev, he said it himself. In a pissy, like, dude, like, this is war. Like, it's no secret anymore. It's the United States versus Russia. This is the proxy war through Ukraine. So, I don't know, Trump's going to have to be sincere about some stuff on that front. And you can expect that Russia is going to take every square inch that it has earned and taken in this war. You also got to remember that Ukraine was overthrown by the West. A coup, so to speak. We ran the elected government out of the country. Yes, we did. We did it years and years ago. Okay? We did. Brought Maidan in, all that under Obama. We sure did. I covered all of it. I've been doing this a long time. Every step of the way. Watched every bit of it. Reported on every bit of it. If you want to go look at some history on it, I mean, all the videos are there. Way back years ago, I called out Crimea in that whole region. And I said, is this area going to be the cause for war? Because everything pointed to it, to big war. And look at where we're at now. And I also had another video about a mushroom cloud that was emanating off a Chinese rover pick. And lo and behold, where was it coming from? The same area. And That was over a decade ago. Fast forward to today. Look where we're at. This whole area war-torn. Look at Israel. Trump backs Israel to hell and back, and you know it. Okay? We're going to war with Iran without a doubt now. Do you understand this? He didn't start no wars, wasn't about no wars, but what they made sure of is that when he got in here, that everybody knew that Iran was trying to kill him. They tried to say he was connected to both shooters that tried to take his life. Tried to say that Iran hacked his website and gave it to the Kamala Harris regime. Like, get out of here. They tried to say all these things over and over again, that Iran is threatening Trump's life. It's going to be hit on probably right out the gate. I'm telling you, they're going to rebuff it. Something. You just watch. You just watch, man. These are all the things that come to mind when reality sets in that Trump's the man. He's in there now. Look. So Ken Bell, let me just say this, Ken Bell, I'm a realist. Ken Bell, you sound kind of like a naive little schoolgirl to me. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say, you say Trump is much stronger this time and got better people behind him now. It will be different this time. Watch and see. Go, Trump, go. Oh, you sound so happy. And I'm glad that you're happy instead of depressed and pissed off and everything. But I just want you to see things clearly. Okay? Okay? Very clearly. You know, it doesn't matter if I sit here and I tell you all these things. If you've got your mind made up like that, then let's go, Trump, go. It doesn't matter what I tell you about tariffs and they're going to backfire and you're just going to keep believing he's got a strong team around him and they can make anything happen. Well, they can't make other countries accept his tariffs. They can't. And it's going to be no, Trump, no. At that point. And then we're screwed. And that's my point. When these tariffs backfire, because this isn't 1800, 1900 America with strong money. We are not that. We're not even a shell of what we were the last time he ran. That's just my opinion. But let's be real about it. Don't go into a pipe dream, okay? Don't go sugarcoating it and all this other crap. No, I see things raw and real and I keep it there. You know what I'm saying? I see something bad coming. And you can sit there and get blindsided by it or not. And this is what I do. God gives me these visions and these premonitions and these answers from all this information that I gather. Look at where it's led us. I've called all these things all the way up to this point because God says, look, to me, this is what's about to happen. And I'm telling you again, right now, where this is headed. So you can get all comfy, get your bags packed, get ready to go on vacation to the beach, pop your bottles, Trump won. But you better check it at the door, man, because something's coming. If you care and you really look at this, the World Economic Forum and all the world leaders that don't like Trump, that he's opposed to, opposite of anyway, right? They have plans for something called the Great Reset. This has been known for a minute. All throughout the scamdemic and lockdowns, we talked about it. But it's never happened yet. It's still top of the list, number one. By 2030, they actually gave themselves a decade to get there. All the way, and it's only 5 years away now at this point. Coming up on just 5 years away. 4 of the next 5 years will be on Trump's watch. I'm not saying they happen tomorrow, but yeah, let everybody get lulled back asleep. Think life is everything's fine. And to me, that's when it hits. Could be a simple cyber attack, freezing the banks. As I was going to tell you earlier, the CBDC thing is gone under Trump, at least for this next 4-year era. What they're backing is stable coins. You're going to hear more and more of this in the world coin. That's the same thing as the CBDC. It's all tracked on blockchain. It's all digital. It's all that. Doing away with the money you can hold in your hand is what they want to do. And you can't let that happen. But you think any of these Trumpers are going to do that? I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, it's still not official right now, and anything can happen. We're on the verge of, everyone's declaring Trump's won, but they could turn this whole thing. It could have all been meant for just this. They could have got us right here to this point. By the time you wake up, every other state's flipped. All these other ballots came in after midnight, and he lost. I mean, hell, it happened with Biden. It's like anything is possible at this point. You know, till you wake up and like it's stamped official with this Trump thing. It's kind of ridiculous, though, don't you think, that they're dragging it out this long? Look, all the Trump people like smiling, happy, celebrating. Vance, look at this NBC News, an exit poll. These exit polls are the same thing that told us that Hillary Clinton won. Do you remember? I do, because I sat right here covering it this exact same way. Whew, I have so much deja vu tonight. It's been unreal. Vance and Walz tie in favorability. You just get out of here. Like, I'm not no huge fan of Vance and all this other stuff, but I'm going to say this. Anybody stacked up against Walz smokes that dude. That dude is a Looney Tune nutcase. Him, his wife, and all of it, man. Looky here. The Republicans at 195 when it comes to the House. So everybody's just standing around. Everybody's just standing around like, come on now. We know Trump's got it, but just make it official. Nah, if you're waiting on the left-leaning establishment media, they're going to take this to sunrise. So if you guys, if you want to call tonight, I understand. I'm going to tell you that Trump is probably, Judas Vance, haven't you seen all the videos? Let's just be real about it. Haven't you seen all the videos with all the Lubovichers in all black with their big old black top hats, all surrounding Vance and Trump? I mean, there's different videos, different times when it's happened, when they visited the White House around Trump, or when Trump's with Israel, been around them, and this and that, or whatever, but they have fully control, both of them, and Vance especially. There's no difference. I mean, they're in the same club, they're on the same team, being controlled by the same people fully, 100%. That's why, to me, it looks like with this fresh, young, green J.D. Vance, they're trying to warm everybody up to him. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a whole lot of things that happen throughout this whole tenure here that is geared toward making everybody like J.D. Vance. It's all that this is really about. It's getting a new savior, passing the torch, and all that energy, all that charisma, all that support. And it almost may take actually trying to run. The only way it would really work, if you ask me, is if you have a successful 4 years. And then at the end of that 4 years, he runs for president, because he would be the man to do it, and he wins it and gets it. And then he would have, 8 years to run as president. right? So he would be a 12-year bet. The same thing that Donald Trump pretty much just was. He was around for that long. He was around for 4 years. Even though he wasn't president for 4 years, he was still around in the game. Talked about, so that's 8 years around. And now he's going to serve for 4 more. So that's going to be 12 years. Pretty much they used him in the game. So all this is a big game, man. Left-right paradigm crap, man. So I'm convinced, man. Trump's got this. I'd say prove me wrong, but I ain't even gonna say that here tonight because now I'm gonna wake up and see Kamala or see some stupid crap like they got him hemmed up at 269. I haven't even sat down and tried to do the math. If it even be possible here still with the states left that they could tie or anything like that. I think the weak-ass energy at the Kamala place, everybody leaving, and then everybody smiling and hype at the Trump place says a lot. I think it's over. I think Trump's got it. So yeah, I know we're all just sitting here waiting for something else to happen, right? Let's chime in here with these guys.
To provide consent, to provide your best recommendation, but there's only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
Claire, you had a thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people will be looking at is the military. You know, we have a civilian-controlled military in the United States, but there is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership, about the separation of politics and the military. And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what he thought they ought to do when they ought to do it sometimes. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military, and they have come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of administration officials who were there because they felt as though they could say no to him. They felt as though they were protecting the government. And by all accounts, this will be a very different second term. He was doing an interview with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity asked him if he would be a dictator, and he said only on day one. And of course, some of his supporters said, look, that was hyperbole, it was a joke. But the reality is, I think this administration will look a lot different. There will be people there who will support, and the question is how many will be able to question him, to challenge him. We know.
Yeah, so, there goes. Trump's number just changed. 266, they've got him. Let's see what they say. They're going to have to update it officially.
As potential people who would return to
Here we
the
go.
second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ballgame.
And potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never had that before, right? And so, and you don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark, too. So, listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that that makes it easier to find the money
Can't
that
burst
he
the
will
bubble
need,
here
the
tonight.
enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
What's coming.
Well, I mean, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state, and because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump way of thinking is that deep state, these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Blowback from the migrants, blowback from tariffs. It seems like the whole thing we planned to be a stage collapse, a Building 7 on Trump. See what they say here.
That Donald Trump will win in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in front. Difference of 188,000 votes. 95% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And that goes in the Donald Trump column.
And with that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. It's because of Nebraska.
Going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap. So a second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House. That would be the one check on Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well. So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his remarks.
To be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266. If we fill in, and let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point, you can no longer fill in some holes here. But he wins Alaska, and then we go back. In Maine, there's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272. Again, and we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So I think Tom is making an excellent point here that we haven't hit that magic 270 number just yet. But with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond taking the stage. That memo had suggested to staffers, listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have.
Big question. Will Kamala certify the election at this point? Look, they got Trump at 280 over here. They gave him Wisconsin. He smoked it. All right. He rolled it up and smoked it. Passed that bitch around. He sure did. So, it's done. There ain't an if, and, or but about it. Stick a fork in it. He's 45 and he's 47. that's it at the end of the day. We'll see if he comes out here and makes an announcement. They probably will. We'll stick around here and see if they show it. It looks like somebody's heading to the stage. We'll see if they say anything here, make any kind of big announcement. But Trump got it in the bag. Into old camel toe can kick rocks and bounce. Her, Biden, Barack, and Big Mike, they can all bounce. Sick of them. Hillary, go back to whatever hole she crawled out of. I'm just sick of them. I'm sick of the politics. I hate election cycles because of all the crap that it brings, and I think you know what I mean. The division first and foremost, but look, man, all I could tell people is get right with the Most High. Make the most of every day of your life. Enjoy times with friends and family, every bit that you got. And just know that it's sometime from here on this man's watch, big things gonna happen. When I say big things, they could be things that you can survive and live through, surely. But it's ushering people into the beast system that's going to happen. The whole thing with blockchain, tracking, digital, this and that, and holding our currency hostage. That's what's coming. And it looks like it's going to be on Donald Trump's watch. This is exactly how it was shown to me. And I told you it. And it's all right here, recorded on the live streams. Proof of history. All these things that we've witnessed, all the things that we've called out along the way. Look, man, all this basically is to stop people from experiencing bad stuff. You get caught up in something bad. Be prepared for something bad. Like I said, man, take some time to try to enjoy some life for a moment. And I would get ready for something huge financially that affects this country. Stage is set for it.
Yeah, it's an experience, Judge. I don't know what he'll.
The stage is set for it. That's for sure. Well, are you a prophet, Dabu? I just tell you what happens to me and speak the truth and tell you what I see and what happens to me. And I just speak what my body and my mind computes when I take in information. And I believe in the Most High with everything. Put all the faith in him, in his hands. I truly do. Everything. I pray hard. I do it all for the mission. It's all for the mission. The mission is to bring people to God. But no one's listening, especially right now in this political climate. You can't get no one's attention for nothing. They're all just on this. Well, now that this is over, maybe God can get some attention. Because it's all about, to me, living right, improving as a human, that you can live right here in the eyes of the Most High that's watching. Or not. And I don't know. A lot of people just they don't care. They do as they want to. Do as thou will, as Aleister Crowley would say. And that's evil. That's not the path out of here. The path out of here is narrow, Let's see if they're going to say something.
So he would make history in that setting as well.
That mic checking. Okay, it looks like they're getting ready. They're going to bring them out. I'm going to stick around here. And if people are bailing, I get it. Like, as soon as I announced it earlier, I noticed a bunch of people bounced up. And I get it. It's late. We'll stay just a bit longer to see if he comes out and makes this announcement here at Trump headquarters. And then we'll shut it down. I'm not sure how long that'll take, though. Got quite a crowd here. Let's see what he's saying.
I don't want to hear the words racism, sexism. It's eyesight.
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains ambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're just doing a switcheroo here with getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
A new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right? Yes. With Donald Trump back in office here. The dynamic's different, especially with the way that the Republican Party has changed. Think about it, gone. And Ryan Nobles is joining us, knows it.
You're fired. Is this guy saying something now? He keeps walking up. No, I think they're just setting everything up. They're testing it. Yeah, they'll probably go to this shot when he starts to speak for sure. You can see Ramaswamy. Oh, Ramaswamy down here, you know. And let's start calling these fools out. What'd I say? I said let's start calling them out for some truth. Okay? Because that's what we do around here. I've given Ramaswamy passes. I've given Ramaswamy credit and said he's a very intelligent, articulate individual and all that. But did you know? Did you know where Ramaswamy made all of his money? A majority, a good chunk of it? An investment. Do you know what that investment was made into? Huh? Along with J.D. Vance, do you know what that investment was into? Ramaswamy and J.D. Vance. M-R-N-A. Technology. Yep. Got that right, tacos. Got that right. New video. What happened? Let me exit the screen.
About how maybe they don't like necessarily Donald Trump's personality or the way he presents himself or the way he talks about people, but they also realize that, and what is clearly evident tonight, that he has captured the pulse of at least half of the American people, and in particular, the American people that elect Republicans to office. And so you can try and fight against that establishment if you want to be a Republican, or you can get on board, and more you see these Republicans getting on board. The question, I think, becomes, does that translate into some sort of governable posture? They're very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good at complaining about things, turning that into actual action.
Show it.
Because Donald Trump has laid out a long list of things he'd like to get done. Like, how quickly can he remove tax on tips or tax on overtime, which is something that he's promised? He may have the votes to do that. Now it's actually time to turn
But then you got to find the money elsewhere when you want money for other things. So budgets are budgets.
I do think it's worth, just as we sit here and reflect on the history of this moment, thinking about not only is this historic because he's the first president to serve 9 consecutive terms in more than 100 years, but think about the political comeback that we are witnessing. Think about January 6th and the days after that, and the number of Republicans who wrestled with whether to impeach him again and convict him, and who tried to separate themselves from him, much like you're discussing, Ryan, and who'd written him off politically, who just could not conceive of this moment. And then he had this incredible showing in the primary. And now here he is tonight on the cusp of
I think back, Kristen,
going back to the White House.
Often of that period of time where Mitch McConnell had that moment where he had to make a decision during the second impeachment trial as to whether or not he would lift his thumb and allow a whole group of Republican senators who were seriously thinking about voting to impeach him and put Donald Trump in a position where he would not be able to run for office again. And at the time, Mitch McConnell's argument was that this was not a decision, a political decision, that this would be a legal decision.
Decided in the courts,
he would be prosecuted, and
they're projecting Republicans to win the House. So it's going to be a red wave, a full red wave here, a sweep all the way. We'll leave it at that here. It's 2:22 in the a.m. November 6, 2024 here, as we're going to say officially that by all accounts, everyone's acknowledging that Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. And it's a red wave. The Senate, the House, all taken by the Republicans. And I believe truly it's in response to all the damage that has been done underneath this Biden regime. So yes, the pendulum does swing, my brother. I want to thank all of you out there for joining me here for this stream that I kind of just launched at last minute. I do look to go live tomorrow night or later tonight now that we're into Wednesday already. Normal time with coverage of the regular news and all that good stuff on normal schedule. So that's what we're going to stick with. And I will look to shut it down now and take us out of here on a little bit of exit music. Belinda, thank you. I want to thank everyone that has joined me for the stream tonight. For real, do these streams. So we got a place to do this, to hang out, to congregate, to exchange knowledge and information in real time. Get our knowledge on. So, yeah, man. I guess that's it. Y'all get some rest. Thank you, Brian. DC, everybody tonight that came through with support. I appreciate it more than you know. All the super chats, the coffees, they help more than you know. All the prayers mean more than you know. Stay righteous, y'all. Eon, legendary. You got that right. God provides. Everyone take care. God bless. If I don't see you in the flesh, I'll see you on the other side. Much love.